Good morning and welcome everyone who is now joining us live from Piha, Finland, 100 kilometers behind the polar circle in these snowy but a little bit sunny conditions on the Palander slope. We are here for the Baltic Cup race, which happens now for many years, and I believe this is the 1 week which all the Latvian skiers, and not only Latvian but the Baltic skiers and Swedish, Finnish, and Norwegian skiers are waiting really hard, because this is a great race, and the Baltic Cup this year is happening again in Piha. And now today we have giant slalom on the map. So giant slalom, 2 runs in the first giant slalom race and national championships for Latvia, and then we're gonna have the second giant slalom today as well. So 2 races in one day. As yesterday weather wasn't that great, and we were forced to postpone one of the races to today. So this is gonna be a long day with a lot of racing, and we have many skiers on the slope. So this is the record number of participants, a record number of athletes who will take part in today's giant slalom races. So the race will start in approximately 9 minutes, but until then we have some interviews to show you with our organizers from the Latvian Ski Federation. You will see Dinars Dorš, the president of the Latvian Ski Federation, who will answer some questions about Baltic Cup, and then of course the chief of race, Daniels Fogels, as well. He will give an interview for us as well. So 2 interviews, and then we will be back. All right. Good morning, Dinars, the president of Latvian Ski Federation. We are in Piha, Finland. What's happening here for the next 2 weeks?
Baltic Cup. It's big event for us, for all the region. So 2 long weeks ahead of us, which run by really fast. We have around 130 competitors for this week. We're waiting even more for the coming week, and really looking forward for it. We have had 2 long and heavy preparation days on a hill, fighting with the weather. Hopefully sun will come in, and we will have some nice pictures also for our TV or video live stream viewers through our live.ski.lv or Facebook Latvian Alpine profile.
Baltic Cup is happening for now many years, and for the last couple of years we're coming here to Piha. And why is Piha the perfect place for this competition?
Yeah, very important that first of all we have to thank Piha Ski Resort for their trust in our organization and their commitment already throughout many years. It would not be possible without them. And the format of the race, the thing we can pull off of so small organization in terms of number of people, this is the perfect location to make it in.
So as you can see, it's still snowing, but I believe the weather will go better during the daytime. But now a small commercial, and then we will be back for the racing. And good morning one more time. We are still in Picha, we are still in Baltic Cup, and we have approximately 90 seconds until the first racer, Moa Clemensson from Sweden, will be on the course. So as I said, we're gonna start the Baltic Cup here in Picha with the Latvian National Championship, giant slalom, and the first run. We have 41 ladies will take the start on the first run, and 70 men, so 111 athletes on the course today. So that's a record number, as I said, in the FIS race for the adults that we have had here in Picha. So they're all really excited as the slope is in really good condition. Yesterday we had some problem with some wet snow accumulating on the snow on the course, but our ski crew, our slope crew, get rid of them yesterday, and now the course is ready. The slope is hard, as we did injected it with some water as well to let it freeze, so all the athletes will have equal chances. But now the first racer, Moa Clemensson from Sweden, is on course. She, by the way, might be one of the favorites and one of the top athletes who will race today as well. Let's see how she's doing. Now the first steep section of the course is already gone. This is the middle part of the course, as we have 870 meters. That's the full length of the course today. 33 gates. A small mistake by Ma, but she recovers well, and now she's coming in for the final part of the course. There is the stop, there is the intermediate time for her, and now, as you can see, the final part of the course, a small steep section there, and she's looking well there. So the first racer, Moa Clemensson from Sweden, is now going through the final gates and across the finish line. So Moa Clemensson in the finish, and she has opened the Baltic Cup race, Baltic Cup race here in Picha this year. The second racer, Hilve Tone Falksete, we can see her now. She's from Norway. She's looking well there as well. Let's see how she's will doing in the flat section. That's where you need all the speed you have, what you have accumulated in the steep parts of the slope, so you can use it to get a better time. So now Hilve Tone Falksete has finished from Norway, and I will say their times in a short while. But now the third racer, Ida Kandert from Sweden, has begun her first run as well. Ida Kandert, she's one of the few racers who have took part in the Baltic Cup here in Finland, because we don't have many girls who have been here last year, and we have new faces, new racers, and Ida Kandert is one of them who has been here, not last year though, but year before. This is not Ida Kandert though. This is Birgitte Varne from Norway though, number 4. She's already, there is quite a big mistake by her. So that's where you need to be careful on those small. Those are not like really jumps, but that's where you need to push really hard down, so you don't fly, don't jump, and get all the speed you can. And now Birgitte Varne from Norway has finished as well, and she looks good. Let's see her time in a short while. Number 5 is Hede Marteluer from Sweden. She is already on the course, but we are now seeing on our screens number 6, Andreas Kalend Larsen from Norway. So this is the crucial part of the course. So this is the steepest section, as you can see. Andrea is fighting really hard, but the ice has froze really well. So the course should stay really good until the very final racers. Andrea now in the course, looking well there. Let's see how she will do this. Looking good there. Pushed down and got all the speed she needed. So Andrea Skarland Larsen from Norway. She will be followed by Martine Fosmo Nyberg. Nyberg is as well one of the Norwegians who might fight for the top 3 today. There, this is Nyberg, as we can see on our screens, number 7. There was a mistake by her though, so she lost a couple of tenths of seconds there. But let's hope that she. There is a big mistake by Nyberg, and that's another half a second added to her time. So Nyberg is struggling on this first course. Let's see how she will do until the end. Yeah, everything looks good in the flat part, but you saw that there was some big mistakes, at least 1 second added by those. And now number 8 is on course, Liene Bondaret. That's our favorite. So at the moment the best Latvian skier we have here in Piha, Liene Bondare. This season she haven't had many starts, but still she's eager to do her best today. So Liene Bondare, so the favorite Latvian we have. Of course, Betija Borkowska, the part of the Latvian ski team, will go as well. Betija has number 26, so it's going to be a short while while we're going to see her on course. Now number 9, Charlotte Henriksson. Charlotte Henriksson from Finland, a young alpine skier from Finland. The first year she's racing in FIS races. So if you don't know, then the year 2003. So that's the year what the youngest racers are born, as you can take part in the FIS races from 17 years old. So 2003 are the youngest racers, the birth year of the youngest racers in today's race. So now we can see number 10, Sophie Amorsen. Sophie Amorsen is another racer who have had some good experience here in Piha. She took part last year, she took part a year before here. She did well in top 6 on both years. So Sophie Amorsen is one of the top 6, if not top 3 racers as well, and her run looks really good. And let's see how she finishes. Now number 11, Alva Wallin from Sweden is on course as well, struggling through this GS course. The course setter today for this race is Ossi Pirinen from Finland. So he's the one who set the course for the first run for the ladies and men, as well as the men will take the same course a little bit later. Now we see number 12, Matilda Edvinsson from Sweden, on course as well, looking good there. And this is the coaches corner. As you can see, many coaches there standing in the corner and having a look how their athletes are doing on the slopes. And now Matilda is coming in for the second intermediate time, and going in for the final steep section. Matilda looks really good there. Let's see if she can hold that pace until the very end. Shortly we will be able to show you the times as well. Not yet, but of course you will see all the results. You can see all the results live on live.ski.lv or fisski.com. That's where you can find all the results live and follow the times as well. I will do it shortly as well. Now we have number 13, Maisa Kivimäki from Finland on course as well, one of the young athletes, second year in FIS races. Let's see how she will do. There she is. As you can see, the slope is in good condition. And sorry, this is not Maisa Kivimäki, this is number 14, Kia Emilia Hakala. Number 14, yeah, the course is long one, 870 meters as I said, 33 gates. And so sometimes the athletes, and the start interval is 45 seconds. So basically there are more than one athlete on course at any given time. Number 15 now on course, Veera Alinska from Finland. So the top 15 athletes, as they have the top 15 number, so it means that those are the top 15 by the current FIS points as well. So number 15, Kia Emilia, number Veera Alinska has finished, and Ingrid Ulfes from Finland is now on course. Ingrid has been here as well many times before, remember her well, but she might be in top 10 as well, as she's a good young racer. And let's see now currently the times. We are now connected, and I can say you who is now in the leading position. Number 17, shortly, Heidi Merisalu from Finland will be on course as well. Yeah, so for now, Ylva Tune Falksete from Norway, who had the start number 2. She is now in front, 50.01 seconds, and she is close followed by Ida Kandert. As I said, Ida is one of the racers who have been here before, so she knows this course well, and she has a time of 50.03, so only 0.02 of a second behind. So really tight results. And Moe Clemenson, who opened today's race, is currently third best with a time of 50.39. But now we have on course number and number 18, Sanni Virta. Sanni Virta from Finland. She's now on the second intermediate, and she's almost half a second behind the leader, which is still a Falk Sete. Let's see how she will do now. Struggling on the flat section, that's where you need to use all the speed you have. So this is the view from the very lower part of the course, and this is the finish. Number 18, Sanni Virta has finished with a time of 51.72. 51.72. That gives her at the moment a 14th result. Now we go on with the next racer, Ria Palari, number 19. So instead we have 41 ladies in today's start list, and number 19 is Ria Palari from Finland as well. Let's see how Ria will do. Ria has now crossed the second intermediate time, and that's 1.97 seconds off the pace, and she will be in the finish soon as well. Number 20 we see now Jada Linetsalu. Jada Linetsalu in the course after Ria. Meanwhile, Ria has finished with a time of 51.98. Gives her at the moment 15th result, 1.97 seconds off the pace. Jade Linetsalu has finished as well, number 20, 3.66 seconds off the pace, gives her 17th result. And now we can see number 21. Oh, there's a big mistake by number 21, Karla Soppela from Finland. So as well, that's where you need to really group yourself, group your body together on those moments, on those jumps where you need to push down as hard as you can so you don't fly away. This is not downhill, this is not Super G where you can afford the jump. This is giant slalom where you need to stay on your skis, stay on the snow to get the best result you can get. So Karla Soppela with that impressive jump, 53.65, 3.64 seconds off the pace. And that gives her a 17th position. Ebba Ekström, which we now see on our screens, number 22. Ebba Ekström from Sweden. Let's see if she can go past Karla. At the moment, looks on the second intermediate, looks she's more or less at the same pace as Karla, who finished before, and at the finish she's a little bit quicker. Ebba Ekström goes into the rank number 17 with a result of 53.22. 53.22, 3.21 seconds of the pace. Now the Russian athlete Varvara Sheglova from Russia is on course. Varvara has been a good Baltic Cup racer before as well. Took part in the first stage, which happened in Snow Arena in Lietuva, and now she's here in Piha as well. And Varvara finishes with a time of 53.81. 3.8 seconds off the pace, gives her 20th result. And now we have number 24 from USA, Faith Stanton. Faith Stanton from United States, and Faith is now in the middle of the course. Need to work a little bit harder with her legs to get some better speed, but Faith looking good there. Now Sini Kempinen from Finland is on course as well. Faith Stanton has finished with a time of 55.57. 5.56 seconds off the pace, gives her 24th position at the moment. Sini Kempinen, number 25, is on course, and after Sini we have the Latvian Betia Burkovska, another Latvian Alpine ski team member. Let's see how she will do, because at the moment Liena Bonder is the only Latvian who has finished, but unfortunately, as we can see in the results, Liena is disqualified unfortunately on the first run. I didn't saw that coming, but as I can see on the unofficial results, though, she has been. But now Betia Burkowska, number 26. Lightning Betia is on course. Let's see how she will do, and let's hope that everything will be good for her. So now the flat section, getting all the speed, good, working hard on those gates and across the finish line. Betia Burkowska, 50.430. That gives her 21st position at the moment, 4.29 seconds off the pace on this first run. And now the Finnish racer Jessica Ojaniemi. Jessica Ojaniemi, number 27. Oh, there's a big mistake by Jessica as well. And there she just goes outside of the course. So Jessica unfortunately for you, this is the end of this race. So just too much speed, and then late on one turn, late on the another turn, and then just too late on those turns which goes into the flat part, and not able to recover and go back into the curve. So Jessica Ojaniemi DNF on the first run. And now we have number 29 Bruno Molli from United States. Let's see how Bruno will do, and there is a mistake by Bruno as well, so she did not group herself together as well. The outside ski just went in the air, and it took like some 0.2 of a second just to group back together, and fortunately she was able to do it and get back on the racing line. So number 21 Molly Bruno from United States on the course as well, and now going in for the final few gates of this course. And now number 30 Laura Bišere is on course. So Laura Bišere is another Latvian alpine skier. Let's see how she will do. So Laura Bišere is on course and continuing our Latvian ladies team. There she is. Now the flat part. Oh, she's struggling there a lot. It's really icy there, so we have injected the mountain. The ski crew has injected the mountain just to make sure that the racing conditions and the slope conditions are good for everyone. And this was number 31. I'm sorry. This is Karolīna Hedviga Grāmatniece, it's another Latvian though. So Laura has finished already, and Laura finished with 58.65. That gives her 26th position. But this, what we can see now on the screen, is Karolīna Grāmatniece as well, Latvian national ski team. Let's see if she will be able to ski past Laura at the first intermediate. She looks good. Let's see if she can hold that pace until the end. So Laura has finished, and Karolīna finishes now with 57.01, 0.09, I'm sorry, and that gives her 31st position. So she's just a little bit quicker than Laura and goes into the 25th position. Now we continue with Elina Zalāne, number 32, as well Latvian athlete. So now we have nine Latvian athletes on the ladies start list, and Elina Zalāne, one of them, just now finishing with a time of 58.57, and that gives her 27th result, just in front of Laura. Now the next racer to go is American Angelica Labelle, number 30 and number 34, and then after her three more United States racers. But now let's follow Angelique. She's on course, and let's see if she can get herself into the top 25. At the moment we have 32 racers has started, and 28 racers has finished the first run. 28 racers has finished, 32 has started, and still the leader Ylva Tone Falksete from Norway, Ida Kandert from Sweden is currently second fastest, and Moa Clemenson from Sweden third. Angelica Labelle on course, and she's just now finishing with a time of 58.57, gives her a 27th result, so she's not able to squeeze herself into the top 25. Mia Hatfeld from United States, now they're on the course as well, one of the first experiences she have on the FIA stage. And so these are the adult races, but Mia Hatfeld, the year of birth is 2002, so this is basically the second year she's allowed to participate in adult racing. Of course, many years in front of her, and need to just get that experience and see how it is to race with the more experienced athletes on the big stage. So Mia Hatfeld from the United States are now finishing with a time of 1 minute 00.12. So 1 minute dead 0.12, that's her time, gives her 30th position. And Megan Hort, number 36. Megan Hort as well from United States on course, and after her Hokku Caroselli from United States as well. So as I said, 4 Americans in the row, and then we have 4 Latvians in the row to conclude the first run. At the moment Hokku Caroselli on our on our screens, number 37. And then after her, or no, this is Marta Berziņa, sorry, this is number 38 though. This is Marta Berziņa, the Latvian skier. Sorry for my mistake. So number 38, Marta on the course at the moment. As well for Marta, one of the first experience on the FIS stage where you ski against some big names, some really great athletes, and of course Marta and Paolo Vitum as well, who is now on our screens, are ready to race with them. So Marta Berziņa now coming in for the finish, and just the final flat part of the course. Good, looking good there, getting her hands together, and next to the gates. And let's see how they will do. And Linda Calvana, number 40, is on course as well. And Anna Skrastinja, number 41, will conclude the ladies' first run. So Marta Berziņa has finished with a time of 1 minute 04.11. 1 minute 04.11. And then Paula Viituma is up next. Let's see how she will do. And this is number 40, Linda Calvana, on our screens. As well, fighting hard with the icy slope. Yeah, so the ski crew, the Latvian Ski Federation ski crew, who is the main organizers of this event, spent the whole day just to make sure that the slope is ready, injected a lot of water, so the slope can freeze. So basically, it's really hard to see it on the screens, but believe me, the slope is pure ice. It's pure ice, and that is done so to make sure that all the athletes have the same conditions, basically the same slope conditions, and so they can show their best skills. And this is common in the World Cup. This is common in the European Cup, of course, Olympics as well, where you inject the snow so to make sure that the slope is hard as ice, and it's really icy. But in the national championships and in FIS races, this is one of the few races that do it, and we are one of them. And Anna Skrastinja has finished as well with 106.05. That gives her 41st. That gives her 33rd place at the moment. So we have concluded the first run. We have approximately 5 minutes until the men's first run. Ilva Tone Falksete is the leader at the moment, and we will be back with you in approximately 3 minutes. And that's when we start the men's run, the first run for them in this GS race. Emil Marklund will be the opening racer there, and there we can see the standings. So 33 racers finished the first run out of 36 racers out of 41 racers finished. Unfortunately for us, Liana Bondere wasn't able to finish the first run. She has been disqualified. Of course, these are still the unofficial results, but let's see if something will change. And there you can see the leader from Norway, Ylva Tone Falksete. So a few more minutes and the first racer from men's race will be on the course as well. shortly, very shortly, we will start the men's race as well. 70 athletes on the start list for men. 13 out of them are Latvians, so as we have Latvian National Championship as well happening on this first GS race. So that means that those 13 Latvians, of course, are fighting for the cup of the Latvian Championship as well. So, but of course, the main thing is Baltic Cup here and FIS points as well. As you know that starting from this season, 2019-2020 skiing season, the FIS points has been changed. And if we used to see that the best athletes in the Baltic Cup are getting some 11, maybe 10, sometimes even 9 FIS points, and then starting on this season, the minimum points they can get in the national championships, which is today, is 20. So 20 is basically the minimum penalty they can get on the FIS national championship race. And later today we're gonna have another giant slalom, which will be just a regular FIS race, and that's where only 30 points are the minimum penalty for the winner. But of course, that's not that I say that there will be the winner will get 20 points. Of course, the penalty will be calculated accordingly, and we will know for sure after the race when the official results will come in. So that's a little bit later. That's just so you know that the FIS points has been changed. And of course the International Ski Federation did it just to regulate the athletes, and so the points are showing their true skills and their true skills, basically on the slope. So that's why they changed the points this year. But that's enough about the points. So we are now getting ready for the boys. And Emil Marklund from Sweden will open the race. And just after him, number 2 is Jacques Gedra, our number 1 Latvian alpine skier at the moment. And let's see if Jacques will be able to show some good skiing today. Jacques haven't done a lot of skiing this year as well. If we look now for his results in this season, he has done only the Baltic Cup first stage, which happened in Snova Arena in Druskininkai in Lietuva, which was at the beginning of the November, and then of course national junior championships in Austria in January, and then another national championships there in Austria in January, at the end of the January, where only two out of the 3 races he managed to reach the finish. And then he was in a Far East Cup as well at the beginning of the February in Korea, but he was not able to reach the finish on the giant slalom race. So not particularly busy season for Jacques this year, but let's see how he will do here on the Baltic Cup giant slalom. But now we can see Emil Marklund, the number 1, is already on the start and is ready to open the men's race as well. So 70 athletes, 13 out of them Latvians out of 10 nations. So Swedish, Finnish, and Norwegian, of course, and Latvians are the most of them, but we have some Americans, Russians as well, from Spain as well. So there's a big mistake for Marklund. He's sitting on the backs of his skis, so that is not helping. But Emil Marklund is now setting the pace for the rest of the athletes on this first run. So the second intermediate is now coming in, and now the final part of the course. And now we can already see Jacques Gedra is on our screen, so the Latvian favorite. Let's see how he will compare with the Swedish racer. So Jacques Gedra now there going in for the second steep part, looking good there. And getting tight turns, a good racing line for him, speed is good as well. Oh, now there is a mistake by Jacques. Unfortunately for the Latvian fans, Jacques Gedra, yes, makes the mistake there. As you know, there is like a small jump there, and that's where you really need to push it down, so you don't fly. And there is David Fredriksson already on our screens. So yeah, but about that part, you need to push it down so your skis stay on snow. That's the number 1 thing. Let's see how David Fredriksson from Sweden will be able to manage it. As you can see, he makes a small mistake as well, but he's able to recover. So David Fredriksson as well, one of the favorites in today's race, who might be able to fight for the podium. Emil Marklund, the 49.81, that's his time on the course. Let's see if Fredriksson is able to beat that time on the first run. And now number 4, Breivik, Odin Vasbotn Breivik, as well, one of the good young Norwegian skiers. He's on the course at the moment. So at the moment the leader is still at the Swedish racer Marklund, but David Fredriksson has finished on the exactly same time. So Marklund is now, and Fredriksson is sharing the number 1 position on the first run. Jon Gunnar Brøndmo from Norway, that's number 5 on our screens. And let's see how he's doing on the second intermediate time. He's already 100 of a second into the green, so it means that he's a little bit in front. Let's see if he will be able to hold that small lead until the end, and he is. Jon Gunnar Brøndmo is now the new leader. 49.55 is his result, and he is at the moment the pace setter for this run. We continue shortly with the number 6, Simen Strand. Simen Strand is next on the course, but until him we need to just get the course ready. As you saw, there was a few poles out of the snow, so our ski crew will repair the course, and that's when we will be able to continue. So yeah, unfortunately Jacques Gedra, our Latvian hope, was not able to finish the first run, so he's out of the Latvian championships. But of course, as I said, there will be another giant slalom today, so let's hope for the best on the second race of today. Jon Gunnar Brøndmo from Norway is the leader. David Fredriksson, second result at the moment, 49.61, so that's 600ths behind. And Odin Vasbotn Breivik is the third fastest at the moment, 49.69, 1400ths behind. And Emil Marklund, who opened the race, 49.81, 2600ths behind the leader. Out of Latvian skiers who can still fight for the Latvian championship, we have of course 2 pairs of brothers. So we have brothers Zvenieki, Miks Zvenieks and Dāvis Zvenieks, who will be on this race. Miks has number 21 on the start list, and Dāvis Zvenieks is number 45. So they will be on the course shortly. And of course the brothers Opmaņi as well, Elvis and Lauris, and number 39 for Elvis and number 47 for Lauris. They will be on the course as well and fight for the Latvian championship. So let's see how they will do, and if they will be able to show some contendership to Norwegians and Swedish racers. At the moment, from those who has finished, so Brøndmo, Fredriksson, Breivik, Marklund, none of them has took part in the previous Baltic Cup races in previous years. So some new faces here, that's really exciting to see. But now we continue the race with the Norwegian Simen Strand on the course, number 6, looking good there, number minus 3100, so 3100ths in front of the leader, which is Brøndmo. Let's see if he can hold that pace. Now the second intermediate, so the pace stays the same, minus 33. So looking good there. And now, of course, in the final flat section, that's where you need all the speed you have accumulated in the beginning of the course. And Simen Strand is able to take the lead, 49.04, and that's by more than half a second into the green. So really great run by Simen. Now Jonna Pirrainen from Finland on course, so the first intermediate, 2100ths behind, but let's see if he's able to cut that difference in half. But no, he's not. He's doing the other option, which is going a little bit slower and half a second behind the leader. But let's see if he's able to recover. But meanwhile, Berkling Tuernros from Sweden has had a nice jump as well, but he's recovering well and is on course. Meanwhile, Jonna Pirinen has finished with the sixth result, 50.04. So now Oliver Berkling Tornros from Sweden is up next, coming in for the final gates. That is him, number 8. And now number 9 as well on course, number 9, Nikolai Rieber. Nikolai Rieber out of Norway on course at the moment. Let's see how Oliver Berkling has done from Sweden. He had number 8 and he finished with a time of 51.33, 2.29 seconds of the pace. So of course many of those seconds came at that one mistake in the middle of the course. Now number 9 Nikolai Rieber is coming in, and now Erik Kapslund as well is making the same mistake as his counterparts and not getting his skis on the snow but jumping around, of course, which adds some time to your result. Nikolai Rieber from Norway finishes with number 7, so 7th result, 50.16, and we continue with Erik Asplund, the number 10. He's now on our screens. Let's see how he will do. Number 11 as well, from Finland, Salomo Sirvio. Salomo as well has been here in Baltic Cup, not last year but the year before, and the year even before that, so 2017. Let's see how he's doing today. But looking good there, good speed, pushing really hard on every single turn, so just to get the speed and maybe get in the top 6 at the moment. Salomo in the second intermediate is 5th, but let's see if he's able to hold that pace until the end. Erik Asplund before that finishes with the time of 50.64. That gives him 9th position. And Salomo Sirvio finishes with a 3rd result. That's really good run from him, and 49.59. 49.59 gives him a 3rd place. Edwin Nilsson from Sweden is now on our screens, number 12. As well, good pace for him, but as you can see on the second intermediate, 1.7 seconds of the pace already. So with the finish, 2.45 of the pace, and that gives him 11th position on the first run finish times at the moment. And now we continue with Henrik Järvikare, so one of the brothers. Henrik Järvikare, we have 2 brothers Järvikares, and Henrik is the first one to go into the action in this year's Baltic Cup. And number 13 Henrik is now coming in for the final gates and across the finish line with the 5th result. So good run for Henrik, 5th result, 0.62 of a second of the pace. Luik Juhan Luik, the Estonian hope, one of the best alpine skiers out of Estonia. Let's see how Juhan will do. Good pace for him there, 99 hundredths of the pace and a second intermediate, and now working hard there on the final part. 2 more gates to go, and across the finish line, Juhan Luik in the top 10, 10th position, 50.35, 50.35 for Juhan. That's his result there. Johan Bergman, number 15, there he is out of Sweden. He's ready to race as well. Now the steep section looks good there, really good and straight turns. Now goes into the aerodynamical position just to get the speed there. And then number 60 Saku Aho is up next. There he is from Finland. Let's see if he's on. There is a small mistake as well, but he recovers well, goes through the gate and gets good straight racing line. Johan Bergman, number 15, before Saku, what we saw is already at the finish, and he's finishing with a time of 50.57. That gives him 11th place. And Saku Aho has finished as well with 9th result, 50.09, and that gives him 9th position at the moment, 1.05 of the pace. So Simen Strand from Norway is our run leader, 49.04. That is the pace what all other athletes need to concentrate on. Jon Gunnar Brendmo from Norway, 49.55, and Salomo Sirvio from Finland is the 3rd fastest at the moment, 49.59. So that is the top 3 at the moment, all the top 3 racers basically in 5500. So should be really exciting and interesting for the second run as well, when we will decide the winners of the first race of the Baltic Cup. So as you can see, the weather is still snowing, and it's approximately -4 out there, but the wind is not that big, so it's not that windy. So that of course is good news, but because the wind can affect the runs as well pretty hard. But while we are waiting for number 70, Jesper Pohjolainen, and then of course we can see the weather, and the weather today is a lot more better than yesterday. Yesterday we had some low clouds, some fog, which basically made the visibility really bad, and the snow condition was as well really soft, really wet, which would made the race not safe at all. So that's why the race jury decided to postpone the race for today. So it means that's why we have 2 races in one day, so a long day. But of course the athletes are ready for it. We're gonna have a lunch break, so the athletes will be ready for the second race as well. So number 70, Jesper Pohjolainen from Finland. So Jesper has been in Baltic Cup as well before, so this is not the first time he's here. We have many new faces, but Jesper is not one of them. And Jesper Pohjolainen from Finland is ready to go, and now goes in for the first run. After Jesper, Edvin Lundbäck from Sweden is expecting to be on the start. Jesper Pohjolainen, so the first tee part is looking good there, and this is where he is now going in next to his coaches, so the coaches corner. And a big mistake there by Jesper, so basically breaks until the standstill, but somehow recovers. But of course his time will be affected, I believe, more than once. Yes, that's going to be more than 1 second now of the pace. So a good start for him, but a big mistake there on the second sector of the course. And now the final part, a few more gates to go, but of course Jesper Pohjolainen will be not one of the contenders for the top 3 today. And with Lundbäck, number 18 as well, small mistake there, but he recovers well and cuts his skis really nicely into the ice just to make that turn as tight as he could. Jesper Pohjolainen, but meanwhile, has finished 50.89, 1.85 seconds off the pace, gives him 14th position. Edvin Lundbäck is approaching the finish as well, and number 19, Oskari Sulkakoski from Finland is on course as well. There he is. Now we can see how he will do here. Oh, he's doing really well there. Big approach with a big curve inside the corner, and a big jump by him, but he manages to make the jump in the right direction. And if you can do that, of course it's a big risk and big gamble to take, but Oskari makes the jump in the right position, which makes everything well for him. So Edvin Lundbäck before Oskari has finished with 51.42, 2.38 of the pace, 16th position, and Oskari Sulkakoski is now at the finish, and he's finishing with the time. We're gonna see it shortly. Oskari Sulkakoski 51.42, and that gives him 16th position at this point. Jesper Mansner, number 20 out of Finland. So many Finnish and Swedish racers, of course. This is a perfect place for them to now come and fight for some good FIS points at the end of the season. Jesper Mansner has finished 51.11, 2.07 of the pace, 15th place. Mick Zvenex now, number 21, is on our screens. Another Latvian who is now as well fighting, of course, for the Latvian championship. So let's see how Mix will do. Is he able to get himself in the top 10? Now the second intermediate, 0.65 of the pace. Mix is working hard. Good season for Mix until now. Let's see if he can continue that good vibe. And yes, he could. 10th place for Mix. Excellent run. 50.10. That's his result. And 1.06 of the pace. So Mix Zvenex has done really great first run, and he's now going into the top 10 at the end of the first part of this competition. Wilhelm Wikström after Mix, and number 22 on our screens, the second intermediate, 1.7 of the pace. And Henri Hahtele from Finland, number 23, has started his race as well. There is Henri. Meanwhile, Wilhelm Wikström has finished with 51.36, 2.32 of the pace. and Henri Hahtela, number 23 from Finland. Looking good there. Let's see how he does the final few turns. So this is the final section of the course, really flat. That's just where you need all the speed you can get. And across the finish line, Henri Hahtela 51.42, 51.42, 21st result for him. Karl Christian Nergard from Norway is up next, but we're gonna have a small break just to get the course ready. So Karl Christian Nergard is now at the finish, so final few gates, and there we have the number 25 as well, Alexander Alm from Sweden. So Karl Christian Nergard has finished with 51.91, number 2.87 of the pace, 23rd position, and Alexander Alm out of Sweden, he's on course at the moment. After him we have Mika Nieminen, another one who has been here in Baltic Cup before, so he knows this slope well. And let's see how he will do. The next Latvian who will be on the course will be Elvis Opmanis. He has number 39, so we just a short while until him, approximately 5 minutes. But until then, let's see how the Swedish racers are doing. Alexander Alm has finished with a 14th place, 50.62, 50.62. That gives him 14th position at the moment. Mika Nieminen is now coming in for the finish, and this is what you're seeing now on your course is Maximilian Karbak from Sweden across the finish line. Mika Nieminen finishes with a time of 50.58. Sorry, that what we saw before was Mika Nieminen, and this is Maximilian Karbak, who is now on course, and he is coming in for the finish as well. And he is now finishing the final steep part of the course and going really aggressively onto the course, of course. And there is a crash by Levi Lauchamo, so he's not able to finish the first steep part of the course. So Levi Lauchamo, for him, unfortunately, the first GS of today is over. Maximilian Karbach, number 27, finishes with a time of 51.19, 2.15 of the pace. And so here we see Levi Lauchamo, number 28, unfortunately not able to finish. And the first steep part of the course is just too challenging for him in this snowy day. So we're going to continue with the number 29, Olli Peltola from Finland. Let's see how Olli will do. So there he is, number 29, in the start house, and off he goes. Good push there, and Jesper, sorry, and number 29, Olli Peltola, yes, from Finland. So yeah, as you see, there's some soft snow accumulating on the edges of the turn. So you saw that Olli as well almost got his outside ski in that soft snow. So that's what you need to be aware, and that's really dangerous if you do it, and it's going to be really hard to recover. But Olli Peltola somehow gets his outside ski off it, and now continues a good run. Second intermediate, 1.64 of the pace, good speed there. And now Olli Peltola is going in for the final gate, final section, and across the finish line with a 2.34 of the pace, 51.38 for Olli, 22nd position. Johan Fosseidbraten from Norway, number 30 as well. Small jump there, but looking good for Johan. Let's see if he's able to get himself into the top 20. So at the moment Johan is 30th to start this race, and at the moment we have 27 who has finished. So two of the racers has not been able to reach the finish, and let's see how the rest of the racers will do. So 40 racers to go, as we have 70 in total. Johan Fosseidbraten has finished 51.27, 20th position, so he gets himself into the top 20. Joel Akerstrom, what we see now on our screens, number 31 out of Sweden, 1.7 on the second intermediate, and in the finish I believe it's going to be a little bit over 2 seconds of the pace. And yes, that's correct, 2.88 of the pace, and Joel Akerstrom goes into the 29th position. 51.92 is his result. Mikka Mankinen from Finland now in the course. Mikka Mankinen doing well there. Really aggressive style for Mikka, even though the pace for him is not that good, more than 2 seconds and behind the leader. The leader is still the Norwegian Simen Strand. Jaakko Tappanainen, there he is, number 33. He's now on course, so 2 finish guys, one behind another one. Mikka Mankinen meanwhile has finished with 52.28, gives him 30th position. And Jaakko Tappanainen is looking good actually there. He might be able to get himself in the top 10, because now the second intermediate only half a second behind the leader. So let's see if Jaakko Tappanainen will get Mik Zveneks out of the top 10. And yes, he is. Jaakko Tappanainen, 8th place. 8th place after the first run at this moment. 50.03, really great run by him, and he goes into the 8th position. That pushes Mik Zveneks out of the top 10 to the 11th position. But meanwhile, Atle Wallin from Sweden is now on course. Atle Wallin in the middle of the course, and Joel Polosori as well, number 35, is on course. So shortly, so number 39 is the next Latvian racer, Elvis Opmanis. So he's as well fighting not only for FIS points but for the national championship. And mistake by Joel Palosari. So as well, big jump there, didn't got his skis in the right direction. And unfortunately for Joel, this is it for today. At this point though, we have still the second race of course. But Atle Wallin, yes, number 34, finishes with 51.54, gives him 29th position. Joel Palosari, number 35 is out, and the next one is number 36, Markus Hurrinainen. Markus Hurrinainen on our screens, number 36, second intermediate, 1.86 of the pace, so second intermediate time. Let's see how he will do on the final third sector of the course. Now we have a few more to go. Number 37, few more until we reach Elvis. So Elvis Opmanis, another Latvian national ski team athlete, skier. Let's see if he's able to ski at the same pace as Mix, and they could have a good fight on the second run for the national championship. Georgi Bilmak from Russia on the course, number 37. Georgi Bilmak on the second intermediate time, 2.28 of the pace. William Fjällberg, number 38 from Sweden. We can see him as well already on the course. Georgi Bilmak from Russia has finished 3.49 of the pace, gives him 34th position. William Fjällberg is now unfortunately at the very middle of the course. He is out. So unfortunately for William, the first run is over for him. And of course the whole race as well. 39, Elvis Opmanis on course now. Elvis Opmanis on course. There he is. The Latvian skier. Let's see how he will do. A small mistake there, but let's hope that he will be able to recover now the small jump. But he's pushing hard on those skis and not allowing them to fly. And now going in for the final part of the course. 2.03 of the pace. Now need to push hard so he can get himself in the top 20 maybe. Let's see if that's gonna happen. Good final turns, and Elvis Opmanis finishes with 51.62, 2.58 of the pace. It gives him a 30th place at the moment. So now there is a mistake by Kevin Lundqvist, number 40 as well, and on the very place where many before are jumping out of the racing line. Kevin does the same, and unfortunately is out of the first run. Now Oliver Lauhamo from Finland, number 41, is on course. Oliver Lauhamo, and then very soon we're gonna have another brother, Zveneks. So mixed brother Davis Zveneks, he will be on course racing for Latvia. So he has number 45. So that's gonna happen really soon. Oliver Lauhamo meanwhile is not able to finish the first run as well, so DNF, or did not finish for him. Erik Sarravua from Finland, number 42 on our screens at the moment. Some good nice tight turns. The speed could be better, but and the turns are really nice and clean for Erik. So good technique, good skiing, but just need to adjust a little bit more on the speed, and that would make a really clean and good run for Erik. Erik Saruvao now coming in for a finish in this first run. And number 42 has started as well. Number 43, Oskari Jokiahu from Finland, is now on our screens. Erik Saruvao has finished 51.20 at 2.16 of the pace. Oskari Jokiahu is now on the second sector, 1.71 of the pace on it. Now going in for the final part. Now number 44, Rasmus Gustafsson from Finland, as well, another young skiing out of Finland, of course. And the Finland being the northern nation, as well as Sweden, as well as Norway. Many ski slopes, many mountains, so they have plenty of young and really good racers in skiing. Let's see how they will compare between themselves in today's competition. So meanwhile, Oskari Jokiahu finishes with a 32nd position, 2.69 of the pace. And Davis Zvenieks is now starting his run as well. There he is, Davis Zvenieks. Let's see how he will do. Oh, there is a mistake by Davis, unfortunately, making splits in between the gates. Let's hope that the next part of the course will be better for Davis without mistakes. Teemu Laakso from Finland, makes a mistake as well, stays on the inside ski. Davis Zvenieks is at the moment approaching the finish, and Davis finishes with a time of 52.04. 52.04 gives him a 36th position. Teemu Laakso, number 46 on our screens. Let's see how he will do, how he will compare with the leader, Simen Strand. So he was on the course with the bib number 6, and he's still staying there while we have number 46 bib. So good race from him. Lauris Opman is number 47, another Latvian. Let's see how he will do. Will he be able to beat his teammate from Latvia, Davis Zvenieks? Well, not teammate. He's well, of course they are in the same team, Latvian national alpine ski team. But let's see how they will compare on the leaderboard. Lauris Opman is now the second sector of the course, 2.08 of the pace. Kristofers Gulbis, another young and really perspective Latvian racer. So last year he was still racing in the U16. This year he's already fighting with the big boys in the FIS races, but there is a big mistake by Kristofers, unfortunately, as well. At that jump, he's not able to push down on that jump and loses a lot of time. Meanwhile, Lauris Opmanis has finished with 52.25, 52.25, just behind, 2100s behind Davis Zvenieks, so a good fight between them is expected on the second run. Kristofers Gulbis finishes with 53.54, 53.54, 4.5 of the pace. That gives him 42nd position. Olli Lankinen from Finland, number 49 on the course, as well, fighting hard with that really hard surface of the course. But of course, as you can see, the course is still in a perfect condition, even though 40 ladies and now this is the number 50 of the men are on the course. So after 90 racers, the course is still in a really good condition. So of course that is great. So we have the same opportunity for every single athlete, and not depending on their bib number, but depending on their skills. Number 50, Joaquin Casasus from Espanyol from Spain is on course. Meanwhile, Olli Lankinen, number 49, has finished with 4.63 of the pace. That gives him 43rd position. And Johannes Alfredsson from Sweden at the moment, 51, number 51 on course in this giant slalom course. So as I mentioned before, 33 gates, 870 meters. So a long one, a long course. So as you can see, the fastest times are just around 50 seconds on one run. So a good length, and the big mistake there by Michael Anderson from United States as well. That's where we have two gates with one turn. 2 gates with 1 turn, so that's where you accumulate a lot of speed, and you need to be extra careful on those places in the course. Johannes Alfredsson from Sweden, has finished with 5.83 of the pace, and Michael Anderson from United States is now approaching the finish, and he might be at the same time slot, somewhere around 6 seconds of the pace. Gustavs Haris Abel, number 53 now on our screens, another Latvian. For him as well. Is this the first year for him in FIS? Let's just quickly check it out. Gustavs Haris Abel, this might be his first. Yes, it is. So the first year for him as well in FIS adult races. So as well, just getting the experience at the moment. Michael Anderson from United States, yes, as I said, somewhere around 6 seconds, 6.18 seconds of the pace for him. That gives him a 40th position now. Lake Lindelof from United States as well, struggling there. The hands are going up and down, left and right. Need to be careful with that. Need to group yourself together. Try to be as compact as you can on the course. So Gustavs Haris Abel, meanwhile, from Latvia, finishes with 54.42, 5.38 of the pace, 45th position for him at the moment. So Gustavs has done his first run. Lake Lindelof from United States, and then Kristijonas Merkis from Lietuva is now on course, number 55. We can see him on the screens as at the moment, sitting on the back of his skis. That's not good, but still somehow he recovers and now looking better on the flat part of the course. Lake Lindelof, number 54 from United States, has finished 5.43 of the pace, number 46th result, and Kristijonas Merkis just now across the finish line, 5.64 of the pace, 47th result. Mark Matusinski from United States and Vaino Hartio, both of them are on the course. Mark from US is a little bit closer to the finish, and Vaino Hartio is now in the middle of the course. So this is number 57. This is already Vaino Hartio, but Mark Matusinski has finished with 5.97 of the pace, 49th result. Vaino Hartio is now coming in for the final turns. Good speed for him there, and let's see what he will be able to do on that steep section. Well, he gets some speed, but that's just not enough. Needs some more, and as well Vaino Hartio will be somewhere around 47th, 48th position, and yeah, that's what's happening. Vaino Hartio 47th position after the first run. 54.64 is his time, 5.60 of the pace. Aksels Bergmanis from Latvia, another young Latvian alpine skier. Aksels Bergman is the first year in the big FIS races, so last year still U16, but this year already a junior and fighting for FIS points on the big stage. Aksels Bergmanis now at the finish with 5.30 seconds behind the leader Simen Strand. That gives him 45th position. Gabriel Ginder from United States, 59. Let's start number 59. Let's see how Gabriel will do. As well, trying to group, as you can see, group himself together when he goes next to the gates, and in an aggressive manner across the finish line. 55.28, 6.24 of the pace, 53rd position. Weston Glechlok from United States and Samuel Harrigan from United States as well. So two more racers from America, and then another Latvian, Edgars Beļikos, on the course with number 62. So we have another 9 racers to go until we will conclude the first run in the men's race as well, and then we will get ready for the second run shortly. But now Weston Glechlok from United States finishes 7.94 of the pace, gives him 54th position. Samuel Harrigan now on your screens, number 61, in the middle of the course now. Let's see how he will do there. And good speed there as well, but of course the technique is just a little bit behind the leaders, and so the time as well will not be in the top 50, somewhere around top 55, I would say, for for Samuel. But now Edgars Beļakovs, another Latvian athlete. Let's see how he will do as well. Trying to get the speed together for Edgars. For Edgars, this is of course not the first Baltic Cup. He has been here many years before. Let's see how he will do this year. Samuel Harrigan, 57.03, 7.99 of the pace. Edgars Beļakovs is now fighting for his result on the first course as well, and has done it with a time of 57.24, 57.24, 8.2 seconds of the pace. For Edgars, Kasper Heikkinen, Ryan Kennan and Toms Jelais. So those are the three more racers next to go. Ryan Kennan from United States is up next. Number of 64 as well. First year for Ryan in the FIS, on the FIS stage. So the year of birth 2003, as I said. So the adult racing starts from 17 years of age, and everyone who is 2003 and older can take part in the FIS race. And if you are younger than that, then of course the youth races, and in Baltic Cup we'll have the youth races as well, and they will happen next week. Youth races, U12, U14, U16, and the Masters as well. The Masters are those racers who are 35 and older. But yeah, now we continue with Ryan Keenan. He has finished 1:01.99. That's his time, 12.95 of the pace. So time is not that great. That gives him the final position at the moment, number 57. Toms Jelais from Latvia was not able to reach the finish, as you saw shortly before. He was not able to get himself in the perfect racing line, got outside of the gates and concluded his competition at this point. But now number 66, Colin Ardner from US, now going in for the third sector of this course and fighting hard for his first finish in Finland here as well. Mark Struhins, number 67, a Latvian on course. Emils Ģermanis is after him. And then another Finnish racer, and Bruno Marts Milbrats, number 70, will conclude today's race. So 5 more racers, and that will conclude the first run of today's competition. So now we can see that's Mark Struhins number. Oh no, sorry, that's number 67. Yeah, that's number 68 already. Emils Ģermanis. Mark Struhins has finished already with a time of 56.63, 7.59 of the pace, 54th position. Emils Ģermanis, yeah, number 68 on our screens, now coming in for the second intermediate time. After Emils, we have Otto Mujunen from Finland, and then the final concluding racer Bruno Marts Milbrats. So now Emils Ģermanis is number 68, final few gates, and is reaching the finish line with a time of 58.56. 58.56 for him. Now the Otto Mujunen, number 69 from Finland, as well. Good speed for Otto, actually. Let's see how he will compare with other athletes in the intermediate time. He's now approaching one of them, and just now we see the red line across the slope. That's where the intermediate time has been taken, and now across the line Otto Mujunen, 55.78, 6.74 of the pace gives him 54th position. And the final racer of this men's race at the first run is Bruno Marts Milbrats from Latvia, and we will conclude the first run shortly. At the moment, as we can see, for the whole race almost, Simen Strand is the leader. Bruno Marts Milbrats now is on our TV's screens. Bruno Marts across the finish line with a time of 58.03, and that gives him 59th position. So he was 70th who started this run, and we have 62 racers who finished. So 62 out of 70 has finished the first run for men. So for 8 of them, unfortunately, the race is over. But for the rest of them, for 62 of them, the race will continue with the second second run. At the moment the time is 26 minutes past 10, so it means that the second run will start in 1 hour and 4 minutes, so 11:30, so half past 11, 11:30, that's when we will open the second run with ladies, of course. And the start list for the second run, as always, the top 30 racers in the reverse time order. So top 30 racers in the reverse time order will start the race, and then rest of the racers in the time order after the top 30. There you can see the standings. It's the standings, and as you can see that the leader after the first run, Simen Strand from Norway, a little bit more than half a second behind him is Jon Gunnar. There you can see the ladies though. The ladies start list, standings, and the men's standings. So Simen Strand is the leader, Jon Gunnar Brøndmo from Norway second, and Salamo Sirmio from Finland third. So more than half a second the leader Simen has done in front of the rest of the contenders. The best Latvian in the first run, Miks Zvejnieks, 11th position after the first run, and that's 1.06 behind the leader Simen Strand. So the second run should be really exciting. As I said, 1 hour and 3 minutes. So 1 hour and 3 minutes from now we will start the second run. The course will be changed, the gates will be different, so let's see how exciting will turn out the second run, when we will decide who will be the champions of Latvia in giant slalom, and of course who will be the overall winners as well of this race. So Baltic Cup here in Piha, Finland, more than 900 kilometers from Helsinki, 100 kilometers behind the polar circle. A lovely weather, as you can see, not sunny but still nice weather, no wind, a little bit of snow, and everything looks great. So we are ready for the second one, hope you are too. And 1 hour and now 2 minutes from now, 11:30, ladies top 30 reverse time order opens the second run. See you soon. Good morning. Good morning again. It's 10 more minutes until the start of the second run here in Piha. So Baltic Cup, if you're just joining us now, Baltic Cup final stage here in Piha, Finland. And today we have GS, Giant Slalom, 2 races. This is the first one. The second run of the first race will happen in approximately 9.5 minutes. And the ladies, of course, will open this run. We have 41 ladies started the first run. 36 of them finished it. So it means 36 will take part in the second run, and the start list is now in front of you. So the leader after the first run is Ylva Tune Falksete from Norway. There we have it, 50.01 seconds. That's the best time on the first course, but we will start with the 30th fastest racer, which is Laura Bischer from Latvia. She will open the second run, because as we know, the top 30 racers after the first run start the second run in the reverse time order, and then the rest of the racers who are outside of the top 30 continues accordingly to their times. So that will happen shortly, but for now, while we're still waiting, well, the slope will be ready and the racers will be on the start. We can see an interview with Daniels Fogelis. Daniels Fogelis is the chief of race of today's GS and the Baltic Cup races, and let's see the interview, what he has to say about yesterday's conditions and about our Latvian national ski team performance in today's race. Daniels Fogelis, chief of race of Baltic Cup final stage here in Piha. Today the GS first race was cancelled. Could you tell us a bit more? Why was it cancelled?
Yeah, we went out this morning. We did everything what we could on the slope. We set the course, and right after we went through the course with our jury, and we understood that because of the safety concern, we should postpone the race till the next day, because like 2 days ago we made the injection in the slope, and it couldn't freeze in these conditions, and it was just too dangerous to do the race in this day.
But you believe that the injection and the slope will be ready for today's race?
Yeah, by the weather forecast we saw that there is coming minus degrees, and we hope that it will be pretty good. So we are hoping for the best.
All right, and as you are the coordinator of the Latvian national ski team, what do you think? What's the readiness of the skiers? Are they ready to race? Because as we know, this season wasn't that great for all of us, as there was lack of snow in Latvia. And are they ready to race, and are they ready to get some good results here?
Yeah, I think so. This is more like our home slope. This is our national team's base, and yeah, I think we have a good chance here. So I will not tell any numbers, but we will see. I think we have a good chance here.
All right, thank you very much, and see you on the slopes. So that was Daniels Fogelis about yesterday as well, because actually this race, GS First, or the National Championship of Latvia, which is the name of this first GS, was supposed to be yesterday, but the snow conditions weren't great yesterday at all, and that's why we postponed it for today. So the GS first race, as I said, Latvian National Championship, as well as of course FIS race, and the second race later today as well, GS, and that will be just a regular FIS race. So 2 GSs, and then tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so Thursday and Friday, we have 2 slaloms. And as we can follow the weather forecast for the next few days, it's going to be snowing all the time, but fortunately it's just a light snow, so the slope should be fine. So we can have those 2 slaloms accordingly to the timetable, and then of course Saturday, the final racing day for adults, and that's when the grand finale or parallel slalom will happen. So parallel slalom, really exciting discipline of alpine skiing, and that will happen on Saturday. And then of course the next week Baltic Cup continues with youth races, but that's later. For now we have some few commercials to go, and then in 5 minutes we start the second run on this GS race. And we are back live from Piha. As you can see, the slope is ready, and it's basically one more minute until we start the second run. Laura Bišere from Latvian national alpine ski team will open this run. She was 30th after the first run, and she will be the first one on the course here. And then she will be closely followed by Paula Viitoma and then Elina Zalane. So as well, Latvian racers, number as 29th results for Paula, 28th result for Elina after the first run, and then we will go on until our leader will take start as the 30th on the start list. And our leader after the first run is from Norway, Ylva Tone Falksete. And then 6 more racers accordingly to their times after Ylva, who were accordingly 31st, 32nd, and so on until 36th. So that's the start list, and Laura Bišere is the first one to open the run. We will see her shortly. She's already on the course, as we can see. And we can see that the weather is deteriorating a little bit, so the snow is getting a little bit heavier, but still the visibility is fine, and Laura is on the course. The slope is good, and as you can see, there's no big bumps or some holes where you can. So you need to just hold your racing line, have some sharp edges to make it work. And Laura, oh my! Unfortunately, as well, this is a really hard part of the course where you have like a small jump, and then you really need to push it down on your skis to make it work, and that your ski stays on the snow and you can take that turn. But unfortunately for Laura, the jump was just a little bit too big. She got out of the racing line and she's out of the second run. So Laura Bišere, unfortunately DNF. Paula Viitoma is up next. She's now on our screens and the same place, but she somehow recovers and is able to take that blue gate just after the small jump. And Paula Viitoma, so 29th fastest after the first run. Let's see what's going to be her pace here on the second run. Now this is the final part of the course, pretty flat, so that's where you need some speed and some really straight turns. And Paula Viitoma has finished with the time of 1 minute 55.50. That's the overall, and now she's of course in the lead. But let's see how Elina Zalane will compare. She's now on our screen, so 28th results after the first run, so only 0.04 of a second in front of Paula after the first run. Now let's see if she can hold that small lead, maybe even make it bigger. So now as well the final part of the course, and one more gates through the finish, and Elina Zalane is not able to hold her lead over Paula, so she now goes into the second position at the moment. Elina Zalane 1:55.63 is the overall time, and 1300s behind the leader. And now we have the United States athlete Angelica Labelle. So she was number 28th after the first, number 27 after the first run. She has some pretty big lead over Paula Viitoma after the first run, but she's not able to hold that lead as well. So Angelica Labelle has finished with a time of 1:57.46. So there she had some mistake. Maybe it was off the frame, but still that mistake costs her dearly. So Angelica Labelle goes into the third place, 1.96 of the pace. Molly Bruno from United States is, I believe that's her who we see now, because Karolina Helen Gramotniece will be next. So that was number 29. Yeah, Molly Bruno has finished and she takes the lead. So Molly Bruno is now our new leader. 1:53.21 is her total, and now Karolina Gramotniece and her Latvian 2600s in front of Molly at the start. But as you can see, the first intermediate times has came in at plus 20 hundredths after the first one, plus 37 hundredths after the second one. So unfortunately it doesn't look good for Karolina. Maybe she can get some of the time back at the finish, but no, she cannot. So Karolina loses a position to the American and she goes into the second place, 1 second of the pace, and she's currently second. Now Faith Stanton from United States is on course, so you can see a pretty big lead at the start over her teammate, more than 1.7 seconds. Now on the second intermediate is more than 2 seconds, so looking good for Faith to take the lead at this moment of the run. And Faith Stanton across the finish line and she takes the lead by 2.3 seconds. So excellent run by her, 2.3 seconds in front, and she is now the new pace setter. Ingrid Ulfes from Finland is on course, so you can see more than 1 second in front of Faith at the start. So as well, that's a considerable handicap over the American. And now Ingrid Ulfes is coming in for the final few gates, almost 2 seconds in front after the second intermediate, and she holds the lead until the end. Ingrid Ulfes from Finland takes the lead 1 second exactly in front of American. Now Betia Burkowska, the fastest Latvian we have on this GS race today. Let's see how she will compare. 6400s at the start. That's her advantage over the Finnish racer. And now final few gates for Betia. Let's see if she can hold that lead and take the first position after this run. And Betia Burkowska finishes, but unfortunately 500s is the difference, and she's not able to hold the lead over the Finnish racer Ingrid. So Betia Burkowska goes into second place. Jade Linnatsalu just now we saw her on our screens. Yes, so there's Jade, but before her we saw Varvara Sheglova from Russia. For Varvara, unfortunately, the second run is the final one for now, and she is out of the race. But Jade Linnatsalu is on course at the moment. So one more time, Betia Burkowska, the fastest Latvian at the moment, and she goes into the second place at this point. But now we have Jade Linnatsalu on course. She's now growing her advantage after the first and the second intermediate time as well, and now across the finish line more than 2 seconds in front of Ingrid Ulfes. So this Finnish racer, Linnatsalu, takes the lead. 147.80 is her total. Now Karla Sopela continues the Finnish racers. Karla Sopela only 200s in front at the start house, but you can see that the advantage is growing. 6200s and even 1 second after the second intermediate, and looks really good. Karla, really good speed at the flat section, accumulated a lot of that on the final steep part of the course, and more than 2 seconds in front. Karla Sopela takes the lead after the second run. At the moment 146.74 is the total, and that's more than a 1 second in front of her teammate Jade Linnatsalu. Now we have Jessica Ojaniemi on the screens. Jessica Ojaniemi and now keep fighting with the IC slow, but as we can see she's already losing, so it's going more and more into the red, and it's even more into the red at the finish. So Jessica Ojaniemi, second result, so she loses her advantage over Karla, what she got after the first run, and Jessica Ojaniemi goes into the second place, 9900ths of the pace. Now Eba Ekström from Sweden looks good there, 4300ths in front at the start, and now that now she's slowing down a little bit after the second intermediate. It's only 300ths in front of Karla Sopela. Let's see if Eba Ekström can take the lead. Now she cannot. 6600ths of the pace, and Eba Ekström goes into the second place. So Karla Sopela has really great second run, and she's getting higher after the second run. Now Norwegian Andreas Kalland Larsen. She's looking good. She has a massive handicap of 1.59 seconds at the start over Karla, so she should be able to hold it, as we can see after the second intermediate more than 2 seconds, and at the finish 2.23 seconds in front of the leader Karla. So Andreas Kalland Larsen from Norway is the new race leader. Now Ria Palleri from Finland, 800ths in front at the start, and now at the second intermediate she's already into the red. So let's see if she can get those 500ths back on that flat part of the course. The speed is good, but will it be enough? And at the finish, Ria Palleri from Finland is not able to hold her position, so she loses 1 place, and she is now second at 20 behind the leader. And Sanni Virta, unfortunately as well, that really, as I said, that place, that crucial place of the course, that small jump where you need to push down, is as well the final gate for Sanni Virta as well on this race, so she's DNF there. Sophie Olsen, number 10 here, and her mistake as well will cost her dearly, that's for sure. It's more than 1 second after first intermediate, but it's not going to be one, almost there as well, but it's not going to be 1 second. Yeah, it's only less than half a second after the second intermediate into the green. So Sofia Amolsen now the final part. Can she be in front of the Norwegian? So Andreas Kalland Larsen is the leader. Can Sofia Amolsen hold her pace until the end and stay into the green? And Sofia Amolsen goes into the race, so she loses 1800s and she goes into the second place. Larsen still the leader. We continue with Heidi Merisalu. Heidi Merisalu looking good there, 5500s in front at the start. So that's basically after the first run. Let's see if that's gonna be enough as well. Final few gates and now going in for the finish. Heidi Merisalu, and Heidi Merisalu is into the green, so it means that she takes the lead. Heidi Merisalu 8900s in front. She's now the new leader. So we are approaching now the top 10, but still we have a few more racers to go. The next one is Vera Alaniska. Vera Alaniska from Finland, 1700s into the red after the second intermediate. So as well fighting hard with Merisalu. Will Alaniska get in front? And no, not this time. Second place at the moment, 4000s behind Heidi, and Vera Alaniska goes into the second place. Alva Valin is the next one to go. Let's see how she will do as well. 3700s and the start, 2000s off into the green after the first race, after the first intermediate. Let's see if that will be enough. So now Alva Valin 3200s in front of the leader, and at the finish 4300s in front of the leader, so it means that Alva Valin goes in front. Alva Valin now the new leader. We continue with Charlotte Henriksson. Charlotte Henriksson is 10th, so yeah, 10th fastest, but unfortunately for her that is a big fall for her. Unfortunately, let's hope that the athlete is fine. She's sitting down already. Let's hope that she will be fine. After her is Matilda Edvinsson on the course, but for Matilda as well, the yellow flag as we can see. So if the yellow flag is seen by the racer, she must stop immediately and she will have another chance. Looks like that Charlotte is a little bit in pain, but let's hope that she will be fine and gets her skis back, and let's hope that Charlotte will be fine. Matilda Edvinsson will have another chance on the start as she had the yellow flag in the course, so it means that she needs to get back on the start as quickly as she can, and she will have another chance on this run. So Charlotte after the first run was 10th, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check it again. Now Charlotte was 9th. She was 9th after the first run, so it means Matilda was 8th. So she has a bib number 9, and she was 9th as well after the first run. So Matilda was 8th after the first run, so it means that now we have the top 7 racers to go, and Matilda as well, as she had yellow flag in the course. So we're going to continue shortly with Birgitte Varne from Norway, so 7th fastest after the first run. So Birgitte Varne, and then the top 6, Martine Fossmo Nyberg from Norway as well, Hedda Martulier from Sweden, Kia Emilia Hakkala Finland, Moa Clementsson from Sweden, and Ida Kandert as 2nd fastest from Sweden, and the leader Ylva Tone Falksete from Norway. That's the top 6 we are looking forward to, but we now have a short technical break as we need to get the course ready and recover Charlotte and make sure that she's fine, and she will have a second chance a little bit later today. We have one more GS race today coming up, so it's a long day for all the athletes, so we're gonna have a small lunch break after this race, and then the athletes will be ready for the second GS race of today. So it's a long day, but still great racing, good slope, and we are ready to go. Now we can see that Birgitte Varne is on course. So Birgitte Varne, 7th fastest after the first run. Let's see how she will do. She had a small 39 hundredths of a second lead over current leader Alva Wallin. Let's see if she can hold those. So Birgitte Varne, we can see her from Norway, so 7th fastest after the first run. Let's see if she can get herself into the top 6. A good run there, good turns, a good speed. Will it be enough to hold that lead? After the second intermediate, she's into the green, and after the finish, she stays in green as well by more than 1 second. So 1.14 in front, and Birgitte Varne takes the lead. So she will be at least 7th in today's competition. So let's see if maybe this time will be enough for even the top 6. So let's see that shortly, because next one to go is Martina Fosmo-Nyberg. She's already on the course, so she was 6th after the first run. She's now approaching the finish already, and there she is, Martina Fosmo-Nyberg at the course. No, sorry, that's Heide Martuelle, number 5. I'm really sorry. So Martina Fosmo-Nyberg has already finished, and she was not able to take the lead. She goes into the 2nd place, so Birgitte Varne still the leader, and Heide Merteluer from Sweden is now on course. So she was 5th after the first run. Let's see if she can hold that place in the top 5 as well. After second intermediate, she's in the red, but at the finish, she stays at the red as well. So Heide Martueller goes in the 3rd place at the overall time, 47 hundredths of the pace. So still Birgitte Varne in the lead. Next one to go is Kia Emilia Hakala, so 4th place after the first run, and as well after the second intermediate, 800s behind. Let's see if she can kill those 800s on those final turns. So Kia Emilia Hakala, 4th place after the first run, and she stays at least 4th after the second one as well. So she takes the lead. Kia Emilia Hakala, 200ths of a second in front of Varne, so she goes in the lead. And now the top 3, Moa Clemensson from Sweden, 3rd fastest after the first run, 1/10 of a second lead at the start over Hakala. Let's see if she can hold those at 10 hundredths. After the second intermediate is 24 hundredths, so she looks good. She's in the green by 2/10 of a second, and at the finish 19 hundredths in front, and Moa Clemensson will be on the podium today. She goes 19 hundredths in front of Hakala. Now we have the 2nd fastest, Ida Kandert, on the course, 46 hundredths in front of Clemensson after the first run. Now going in for the final flat section of the course. Good speed for her. Will it be enough? After the second intermediate, she was in the red, and at the finish, she's in the red. So Ida Kandert is not able to hold her position against Clemensson, and Hakala is 2nd, and the Kandert is 4th, 25 hundredths behind the leader. And now the leader after the first run, Ilvetone Falksete on the course, 48 hundredths in front of Clemensson after the first run. Let's see if that will be enough. Now she's coming in for the final turn. She's well into the green after the second intermediate, and at the finish she's 93 hundredths in front of Clemensson. So that means that Ilvetone Falksete will be the winner of today's race. Congratulations to the Norwegian athlete. A great, both runs, really good runs, and Ilvetone Falksete comes in with the best time. Clemensson Moa is 2nd, and Kia Emilia Hakala goes in the 3rd place. But we have one more racer, Edvinsson, who did not finish the 2nd run due to a yellow flag, so she will have a rerun, but I don't think so that she will be able to fight for the top 3. Now meanwhile, Mia Hatfield from United States has finished as well. She goes into the 26th position. That's at the moment is a concluding position, number 26 for Mia Hatfield. We continue with Marta Berzinja. Marta Berzinja, after the first run, she was 32nd. Let's see how she will do here. Will she be able to overcome the American? She has the disadvantage, or she is quite small, so she might be able to do it. Marta Berzinja will be on course shortly. As you can see, that we need to get ready the course. The ladies have pretty aggressive racing style, so the gates are flying out, and of course our ski crew is always there just to make sure that the course is ready for the next racers. So Marta Berzinja, next And then we have 4 more racers: Aneta Skrastinja, Hokku Karuselli, Megan Hoth, and Linda Kalvane to go and to conclude this first GS Latvian National Championship here in Piha in Baltic Cup 2020. Unfortunately, this is the only second stage which is happening this year. As you know, then the snow wasn't really generous this winter, so there were many more Baltic Cup stages planned, and as well as Latvian Cup stages planned, but unfortunately the snow in Baltics, in Latvia, in Estonia wasn't there, and we weren't able to organize any more races. So basically we had the first stage of the Baltic Cup, which happened at the beginning of the November last year in Snow Arena, so that's an indoor ski hall in Druskininkai in Lietuva. And then we have this one, which is in Piha, Finland, 900 kilometers north of Helsinki, so way behind Polar Circle, where the snow is plenty even in the middle of the March. So we have the Baltic Cup final concluding stage here. But now we have on course Marta Berzinja. Marta Berzinja is now fighting for a chance maybe to be a little bit quicker than American Mia Hatfeld, who just finished. Let's see if she can do it. So Marta Berzinja from Latvia now going in for the final part of the course, getting her poles into the arms so to make it more aerodynamical. Unfortunately losing some speed in those turns, but across the finish line, and Marta Berzinja has finished with a 27th result. 27th result at the moment. Now we have Aneta Skrastinja on the course, another Latvian. There she is, number 41, Aneta Skrastinja on course. After her we have another American, and then we will see shortly as well Matilda Edvinsson. That's the racer which was 8th fastest after the first run, but she will do the rerun due to a yellow flag on her first attempt. Aneta Skrastinja has finished with a 28th result, and she is one of the concluding racers at this ladies race. Now we have on the course Hokku Karuselli from United States as well, going in for the final turns, and just 2 more to go, and Hokku Karuselli has finished with a 29th result, so just after the Aneta, just 1 second behind, number 29th result, Hokku Karuselli. And now Megan Hoth and Linda Kalvane. Oh no, sorry, this is Matilda Edvinsson, yes, so she's doing her rerun. She was 8th fastest after the first run, so let's see if she's able to stay in the top 8 after the second run as well. So Matilda Edvinsson now on course, doing her rerun, looking great there, good speed for her, and a big jump, and unfortunately Matilda as well make that very mistake as many racers before her did. So on that place where you really need to push your skis down just to make them not to fly, so to keep them on the ground, she just flies a little bit too much, flies out of the racing line, and is not able to recover. So for example, unfortunately Edvinsson is out and DNF on the second run. And the concluding racer, Linda Kalvane. Linda Kalvane will conclude today's ladies race on this morning GS, on this Latvian National Championship GS, and Linda Kalvane is now approaching the final part, and then shortly, approximately 5 minutes, we will continue with men second run, and let's see how they will decide the destiny of the podium, and of course the Latvian National Championship. Meanwhile, we can congratulate all the ladies who finished and took part in the first GS. Linda Kalvane has finished with a result of 2:21, so she goes into the 31st concluding position. Congratulations to Ylva Tune Falksete. She is the overall winner of this GS from Norway. Second place Moa Clemensson from Sweden, and third place Kia Emilia Hakala from Finland. So that's the top 3 on this race. Congratulations to you ladies. But the Latvian national champion of GS is Betia Burkovska. So the fastest Latvian, Betia Burkovska, Lightning Betia as we know her. She is the winner of the Latvian championship, and she comes She comes in front. The second place, so vice champion, is Karlīna Grāmatniece, and third place is Paula Vītuma. So those are the top 3 Latvian ladies who are participating, of course, in the different in the Latvian national championship. But in overall results, Betty Burkowska is 19th, Karlīna is 22nd, and Paula is 23rd in the overall result between all participants, between all athletes. So we have 5 minutes until we start the men's second run. You will see the standings on your screen as well shortly. If you want to check all the times and all the details, you can go to live.ski.lv, live.ski.lv, or FISski.com, that's the International Ski Federation's webpage. You can check all the times with all the details over there and see all the results. But meanwhile, we have 5 more minutes just to get ready for men, and as well, of course, the men will start in the same order. So top 30 men after the first run will start in the reverse time order. So top 30 men in reverse time order. So that means we will start with Atle Wallin from Sweden. He will open the boys race, and then we'll go on until the fastest man after the first run, which was Simen Strand. Simen Strand from Norway is the pace setter and the fastest after the first run. Let's see if he will be able to stay in front after the second run as well. So 5 more minutes and the men will start their second run. So approximately 1 minute until we start the second run for men's race as well. Giant Slalom, Latvian National Championships, Baltic Cup 2020. 70 athletes, 70 racers took part in the first run. So as I said before, this is the record number of racers we have had in Baltic Cup. So 70 men and 41 lady is taking part in today's Giant Slalom, as well as the second Giant Slalom we can have later today. And then of course 2 more days of racing in slalom, and parallel slalom will follow tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Yeah, record number of the racers, that's really well. We have ladies from 6 different nations and men from 10 different nations. So Baltic Cup every year is getting bigger and bigger, and more racers are coming here. And of course there is a few really good reasons. Of course the number one, as we do have national championships, that means that the racers can get better FIS points, and of course FIS points is the number one priority for every single athlete here. Of course everyone wants to win as well, but in alpine skiing, as we know, FIS points are a number one priority. This year though we have some changes with the FIS points. The International Ski Federation has changed the rules of the penalty system, so it means that if previous years the maximum points for the national championship, the best points basically for the national championship for 8, then starting from this year it's 20, but that has been done across the board, so it doesn't mean that only here, but in everywhere, in all FIS races the point system has been changed, and just so the racers can be more fair basically, and the points must show their true skill. So from now on that's the new penalty system: 20 points for the national championship and 30 points for the regular FIS race, which we'll have later today. So the second GS will be a regular FIS race. So yeah, men are ready. 62 men finished the first run out of 70. So that's very good. Only 8 DNFs and DSQs, so 62 of them will take part now on the second decisive run. We will open the run with Atle Valin, so he was 30th after the first run, so 30th after the first, and we will continue with 29th Nilsson, 28th Hachtela, 27th Lundbeck, and so on until we will reach the leader after the first run, which was the Norwegian Simen Strand. Simen Strand will start 30th after this in the row, 30th in the row. So, and then after him we have 32 more racers, but they will start accordingly to their times. And now we open the second run. As we can see, Atle Valin from Sweden is on course, and you can see that green time, that's his time at the first run. And then this is the first intermediate, so we have 2 intermediate times on this GS course. So one is just after the first steep part, then the second one is just before the final steep part, and then of course the overall finish time at the very end. Atle Valin from Sweden now coming in for the final turns. Good speed for him, aggressive manner as well, trying to make the turns as short as he can and as straight as he can, and he finishes with a time 1:43.05 total. Now we continue with Edvin Nilsson as well from Sweden. So as you can see, the S is so basically 0.5 seconds, and that was his advantage over Valin at the start. And now at the first intermediate, that advantage is growing to 0.18. And oh, that was really aggressive there from Nilsson. So he's going all in for this run, and he goes with 78 hundredths into the green. So that means that Nilsson takes the lead. So he's in front. Now we continue with 28. Oh, that was a big jump from Huck as well. That's a really hard place where you just really need to push it down, so the skis doesn't fly away, and Hachtela unfortunately didn't do it. And Hachtela 28th fastest after the first run. He is out. If Lundbeck can at least go close, and no, not this time. 2500s behind, and Edvin Lundbeck goes into the second place, losing his position to Edvin Nilsson, who is still the leader. And a big jump by Sulka Koski. Oskari Sulka Koski from Finland, 26th after the first run, and this jump is just a little bit too big. Of course, looks impressive, but that's not the main point. And main point in alpine skiing is to be quick and not to make big jumps. Olli Peltola from Finland. Let's see how he will be able to make that hard part there on going in for the second steep part. As well, struggling a little bit, but looking good. Olli Peltola as well, big jump, but somehow he cuts really hard into the ice. Edges are good for him. It means that he's able to get back into the racing line and recover 1900s after the second intermediate in front. So it means that Olli Peltola should be able to stay in front, and he stays in front. Olli Peltola, now the new leader, half a second in front of Edvin Nilsson, who is now second. We will continue shortly as the ski crew need to get ready then the course. Some of the gates were out of the place, so we will get ready, and then we will continue with Wilhelm Wikström. Wilhelm Wikström, after the first run, was 24th. So 24th after the first run, Wilhelm Wikström from Finland, and then shortly, of course, we'll enter the top 20 racers as well. So yeah, then the mountain, the slope is being injected. What does it mean? It means that 3 days ago, and the ski crew, the Latvian Ski Federation, who is organizing this race, spent basically the whole day to inject water into the mountain, so it freezes overnight, and basically the whole slope is just pure ice. It's hard to see it on your TV screens, but basically the slope is really hard, it's really icy, and that is done to make sure that the conditions are similar to all the athletes. And doesn't matter if they start with the bib number 1 or the bib number 25, but basically the slope stays good and hard and even for the whole day. Now we have the next racer, Wilhelm Wikström from Finland. So 24th position after the first run. Let's see if he's able to hold that small lead, only 200ths of a second in front of Olli Peltola, who is finished already. Now you can see the 2300ths on the jump as well, massive one, but somehow recover. So this is one of the highlights, and for today, that's for sure. But you can see that those 2300ths he had at the first intermediate is already finished after this jump, and it's now 700ths into the red. Can he recover those 700ths? And at the finish, Wilhelm Wikström stays into the red. So Wilhelm Wikström goes the second place at the moment overall, 4500ths behind Olli Peltola, who is still in the lead. Oliver Berkling Toernros from Sweden is up next, 500ths. That's his advantage over Olli Peltola at the start. Now the second intermediate, 2600ths already in front, so looking good there. 2600ths is something you can hold on that final part, and I believe Oliver will do that. Oliver Berkling Toernros stays in front, keeps his position, and he goes with a total 141.70, 700ths in front of Peltola. Now Johan Foysetbraten from Norway. He was at 22nd after the first run, but doesn't look that great on the second intermediate, almost half a second behind already, so lost some time on those crucial parts of the course. And now this is the easy part at the finish, but that's where you cannot win it back, and he goes only at the 6th position. So Johan Foysetbraten, not that great second run, loses 5 positions, go overall into the 6th place, 8900ths of the pace. Erik Saravo from Finland, after the first run, 21st, and now stays in green, but as you can see that it's going down. It was 1300ths at the start, now only 200ths at the second intermediate, and at the finish 2600ths into the red. So Erik Sarovio loses 2 positions, goes into the 3rd place. Oliver Toenros still in front. Maximilian Karbak from Sweden is up next after the first run. He was 20th. Let's see if he can get himself into the top 20 after the second run as well. Looking good there, 4400ths into the green. So Maximilian Karbach, final few turns and through the finish, and he stays in the green. Maximilian Karbach takes the lead with 11 hundredths. So he's now the new leader. Jesper Mansner from Finland, 19th after the first run. 8 hundredths at the start, but Jesper Mansner not able to recover and is out of the race. So did not took some gates, and Jesper Mansner, that's it for him for this race. We'll have another chance later today on the second GS race. Now we continue with Jesper Pohjolainen as well, Finland, after the first run, 18th result, and now looking good there on the first intermediate, 43 hundredths into there, and as well big jump. That's where he lost those 43 hundredths, that's for sure. We're gonna see it shortly on the second intermediate, 33 hundredths though, but still lost some time. Let's see if that's if you'll affect the speed on that final part, and that big jump and the mistake there in the middle, and it does affect the speed, but still stays in front, 27 hundredths in front, and Jesper Pohjolainen is able to hold his position against Maximilian Karbach, and Jesper goes in the lead. And now Erik Asplund, 17th after the first run. Let's see how he does it. Oh, he's losing some time there, 22 hundredths into the red as well. Will be hard to get them back on that final part. The final flat part is not the place where you can win some time back, and as you can see, Erik Asplund is not able to do that as well. 32 hundredths into the red, losing to Pohjolainen, and goes into the third place. Now next one to go is Alexander Alm, and as we saw for Alexander, oh, my mistake after mistake, unfortunately, and he's already way into the red. Let's see if Alexander Alm is able to finish nicely. Yes, he will finish, but I believe he will not be able to be in the top 5. Alexander Alm is finishing with a result of 1:42.89, 1.5 seconds. Oh, there's a big jump by Mika Nieminen, but Alexander Alm 1.5 off the pace, 11th position for him unfortunately, and Mika Nieminen is not able to finish at all as well. The same place, that jump where you don't need to jump, that's when you need to push it down as hard as you can. And now Johan Bergman from Sweden, let's see how he will do on this crucial place with the jump, and there he's pushing really hard on the outside skis, somehow gets himself in the racing line, 24 hundredths into the green after the first run, and that's how you do that there. Really nice, staying on the ground, skis on the snow, getting all the speed he can, and there is just a little bit too much on the backside of the skis, but still looks good for Johan Bergman, so he will be the new leader, that's for sure. 4 tenths of a second into the green after the second intermediate, and more than 1 second into the green after the finish. So 1:40.30, Johan Bergman takes the lead out of Pohjolainen's hands, and he's now the new leader. Juhan Luik from Estonia, fastest Estonian here on the Finnish snow, 400, so this is going to be really close. 400 after the second intermediate in front of Bergman, and Johan Luik loses those 400, 1600 into the red, and goes into the second place, so loses his position to the Swedish Johan Bergman. Now we go for the next one, and there's a big jump by Nikolai Rieberg. He's 12th after the first run, and he's now on the run, 47 hundredths in front at the start, in front of Bergman. But 47 hundredths might not be enough after that jump. But there is Mik Zvenieks, and Mik Zvenieks, the fastest Latvian we have on this race. And let's see how he will do. Looking good there going into that steep part. Now Mik Zvenieks in the middle of the course, so as you can see that the green light is becoming weaker. It was 47 hundredths into the green at the start, now it's 29 at the first intermediate, but he's getting some of the time back, 42 already after the second intermediate. Now going in for the finish, Mik Zvenieks should be enough to go in front and hold that 11th place at least after the both runs, and Mik Zvenieks unfortunately 300s, that's all there was between him and Johan Bergman after both runs, and Mik Zvenieks goes into the second place after this run, 300s of the pace. And there is a mistake by Saku Aho, 10th place after the first run, and Saku Aho is not able to finish. So let's see how Jonna Pirainen will do. Jonna Pirainen, 9th after the first run. A good green light, good advantage over the leader Bergman, more than half a second at the start. Now you can see that green light as well is becoming a little bit smaller, and only 29 hundredths. Can he get some of that time back? And 46 now already, so looking good there for Pirainen to hold his place into the top 10. So he was number 9 after the first run. Let's see how he will do on those final turns. Looks well, looks good. And Jonna Pirainen at the finish with, unfortunately, no, he loses as well. So for Bergman, excellent final part of the course, because Veniks and now Pirainen as well basically lost approximately 4/10 of a second on that really final part of the course. So Bergman was excellent there, and Pirainen goes into the 4th position, 17 hundredths of the pace. Jaakko Tapanainen from Finland now going in for the finish. Will he be able to take the lead? No, he's not. Jaakko Tapanainen goes into the 3rd place, 16 hundredths of the pace. He was 7th after the first run. Let's see how the top 6 now will do. Emil Marklund looking good there, so the 6th position after the first run. 76 hundredths advantage over Bergman, who is still the leader. Mick Zvenix is still 2nd, only 3 hundredths behind Bergman. Let's see how Emil Marklund will do. Emil Marklund, final few turns and across the finish line. Will it be in the green? Yes, it is. Emil Marklund takes the lead, 46 hundredths in front of Bergman and 49 hundredths in front of Mick Zvenix. And there's a big mistake by Odin Vasbotn Breivik, and he's out. So Breivik is out. Breivik is out of the race. DNF after a big jump as well, so he's not able to finish. And the leader still Emil Marklund. Henrik Järvikarre 91 hundredths in front at the start over Marklund. Let's see if Järvikarre will hold that lead. 85 hundredths. Oh, there is a mistake as well. Stays on the inside ski. That's something you don't want to do in alpine skiing. You need to push everything you can on that outside ski to make sure that the balance is there. But he stays on the inside, but somehow recovers as well. Looking good there for Henrik. And now in the finish, Henrik Järvikarre 600s behind, and Henrik Järvikarre goes into the 4th place in the beginning. So Johan Bergman, the one you can see on your screens, that is not the current leader. The current leader is Emil Marklund. So Johan Bergman is 2nd, Mick Zvenix still 3rd, and the one who just finished, Henrik Järvikarre, goes 4th overall. Now David Fredriksson at the finish line. Two more gates to go, and David Fredriksson goes in front in the 2nd place. But Emil Marklund still is the leader. David Fredriksson 44 hundredths off the pace, and there is a big miss, big crash by Salomo Sirvio. Let's hope that Salomo is great. Yeah, the same place. So that is the place where you don't need to jump. Salomo unfortunately jumps pretty high up and is out of the race. Bad for Jon Gunnar Brandmo. Yellow flag. So Brandmo was 2nd after the first run. So he is going for the rerun. So as well, we'll keep this intrigue. As long as we can, as same as for the ladies. So let's hope that. So Salomo Sirvio we have there on the snow from Finland. The crash was pretty hard. I believe he landed on his back. So let's hope that he will be fine. So the leader is Emil Marklund. We will change the graphics shortly, and because Johan Bergman is 3rd, Emil Marklund is the leader, and David Fredriksson is for now is 2nd. So basically, we have 2 more racers to go for the top 30. 2nd place, Jon Gunnar Brandmo, who will have a rerun. who will have a rerun, and Simen Strand, the leader. So Simen Strand will be next one on the course. He is the leader of the race after the first run, and he will have a pretty reasonable and big advantage over Emil Marklund, 77 hundredths. So that's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. And let's see if he's able to hold those 77 hundredths over Emil Marklund to take the lead. But of course, remember that Jon Gunnar Brendmo, so he was second after the first run. He already started his run here, but unfortunately Silvio crashed pretty hard, so the yellow flag was on the course, and it means that Brendmo needed to stop. That is by the rules. If you see the yellow flag on course, you need to stop immediately and you will be granted a rerun. But now Simen Strand, the leader after the first run. Let's follow his run all the way down. Simen Strand, so he has 77 hundredths lead over Emil Marklund. So 77 hundredths lead at the start. Now he's coming in for the first flat section there after the first steep part. Looking good there. We're gonna see his intermediate time shortly, and a small mistake there by Strand, but looking good there in the flat part. Now this is the crucial point. Looking good there, really pushing hard down, not losing any time there, keeping the racing line. And now the Norwegian is coming in for the final part. Now that's flat section only left. Let's see if Strand can keep his position in front at the end as well. And Simen Strand in the finish stays in front. So Simen Strand 62 hundredths in front of Marklund, and he is now the new leader. But remember, Brendmo is still to go. He was second after the first run. He's still to go. He might change something in the top 3. Now Elvis Opmanis, second fastest Latvian today. We have here on GS run. Let's see how he will do. At the moment, 2.58 at the start of the pace from Simen Strand, and in the finish 4.56 of the pace. And Elvis Opmanis goes into the 23rd position. 23rd position. That's at the moment is the concluding position from all the racers we have finished the second run. Oskari Jokkiahu, 32nd fastest after the first run. So now we go out of the top 30, so it means that Elvis was 31st after the first run, and Oskari Jokkiahu was 32nd after the first run. And now Oskari is at the finish with 4.17 of the pace, and he goes just a little bit in front of Elvis, and he goes in the 23rd position. Elvis, that means, goes one position lower to 24th. Now Markus Hurrinainen from Finland is on course as well, fighting hard with the weather, and there's still snowing, but of course, as you can see, the visibility is fine, so that's not an issue. But still, the snow is not the best friend of the skier. If I'm honest, a lot of snow, reasonable amount of snow, that's the best friend for every alpine skier. If there's just a little bit too much, that's not good as well. But now Karl Christian Nergard, number 36, he was after the first run. He was 33rd. So now let's see how Karl Christian Nergard will do on this run. And Karl is now approaching the finish. Few more turns to go. And in the finish, Karl Christian Nergard, the 4.05 of the pace, and he's able to jump 2 positions higher, and he goes in the 23rd place in front of Oskari, Elvis, and Hurrinainen as well. So great run from Karl Christian Nergard. Now Joel Akerström from Finland. After the first run, he was at 35th, and now he's coming in for the final turns to make sure that everything's fine there. And Joel Akerström finishes with a 27th result, 5 seconds dead of the pace. Now Davis Zveniek, so the brother of Mix. Mix had a really great run. Mix is 5th at the moment overall, and Davis Zveniek is now fighting hard there on the final steep section of the course. Good speed for him. Can he get himself into the top 30? Let's see. Davis Zveniek Final few turns, and now just a straight line through the finish. Davis Zvenix finishes in the 26th position, 4.82 of the pace, 4.82 of the pace, and just behind Elvis Opmanis. So Elvis Opmanis 25th at the moment, and Davis 26th. Next one to go is Lauris Opmanis, so brother of Elvis as well, just a little bit behind him, and Davis after the first run. Let's see if Lauris Opmanis can maybe squeeze somewhere between them, and Lauris Opmanis through the finish in a straight line, and he's finishing with a 29th result, so just behind as well Davis and Elvis. So Lauris Opmanis 5.66 off the pace. And now Mikka Mankinen from Finland up next. He had some pretty big mistakes on the first run. Let's see if he can get everything together for the second run. Goes all in, as you can see, aggressive manner. The gates are jumping up and down, and Mikka Mankinen through the finish with the result 5.17 off the pace. That's 29th position, just in front of Lauris Opmanis. Teemu Laakso unfortunately did not finish, so Teemu Laakso is out of today's race on this second run. And after Teemu Laakso we will continue with Georgi Bilmak from Russia. So Georgi Bilmak from Russia, 40th after the first run. Let's see if he can fight a little bit stronger on the second one, maybe win some positions back, maybe go even higher, maybe get himself into the top 30. Now Georgi Bilmak from Russia, and the jump as well, big jump as you can see. That is really crucial place for the GS. Let's see how it's going to happen on the second GS race today. Of course, the course configuration has a lot to do to it, because the course setters are willing to make it a little bit harder if they put a turn on the very top of that edge, and that's what you can see they did for the first and the second one as well. Of course, if you don't make a turn on that edge, it makes it a little bit easier for the skiers, but that's not that hard though. So let's see how it's going to be for the second race. For now, Georgi Bilmak has finished his second run on this first race of today. 6.15 of the pace gives him 31st place. And now Rasmus Gustafsson, 41st after the first run. And he's now going in through the finish for the 31st place, 6.05 of the pace. So just a little bit in front of the Russian. And there is a big jump by Jon Guer-Brendmo. So this was the guy, he was second after the first run, so I missed that a little bit, wasn't expecting him now. So Jon Gunnar Brendmo, so second fastest after the first run, and he was looking good there at the beginning of the course. Unfortunately, he's not able to hold that pace, and as well on that very place where I said where it's really hard for skiers to make the turn really work for them, he makes a mistake, jumps out of the racing line, somehow gets back on his skis, but he is out. So it means that Simen Strand now for sure is the winner of this race. Emil Marklund second, David Fredriksson third. Now Joaquin Casasus from Espanyol from Spain is up next, 42nd after the first run, and he goes through the finish with a 33rd time. So that's at the moment is the concluding time, 6.79 seconds. So 33rd racers has finished, so Joaquin Casasus is 33rd. Now Kristofers Gulbis, another Latvian, the first year in FIS adult races. Let's see how Kristofers will do on this second run. Kristofers Gulbis now, can he beat the Spanish racer? And now across the finish line, Kristofers Gulbis into the 34th position, so he's not able to beat the Spanish guy, but he goes into the 34th position, 7.14 of the pace. It was a good run by him. Now Olli Lankinen from Finland, now he makes it easy there, he makes it look easy there at those red gates where you saw many racers today to finish their race, but as you can see that Olli Lankinen's speed is not nearly as big as the top racers, so of course as quicker as you go, the more harder it is to get over that edge. So Olli Lankinen has finished, and then we have 58 Aksels Bergmanis, another Latvian. Unfortunately for him, the race is over on this second run, so DNF for Aksels. This time Olli Lankinen finishes with a time of 7.95 of the pace. The pace setter still Simon Strand, so the winner of the first run and the winner of the second run, which means he will be the winner of the overall results, of course, as well. His pace is 1 minute 39.22, and Olli Lankinen 7.95 of that time gives him 35th place. So now we continue with Gustavs Haris Abele, and Gustavs Abele now on and then start, getting ready for the green light from our starter. So of course we have the start referee and the start house, we have the finish referee as well. They are responsible for all the timing, so the timing is done accordingly to the FIS rules. We have a hand timing as well, of course, so just to make it double safe, and none of the racers will be without a time, so everything is safe even in this snowy weather. Gustavs Haris Abele now on course. Let's see how he will fight on these snowy conditions. His grandfather as well is somewhere next to the course, looking how his grandson is fighting with this icy giant slalom slope. So Gustav's now coming in as well. Big mistake there. The outside ski even makes a cross with the other ski. So, but he recovers. He recovers well and continues the course. And let's see if he's able to go inside the top 35, because at the moment we have 35 racers who are finished. Gustavs will be 36th who will finish. Can he go higher than 36th position? No, not this time. He stays at 36th, 10.45 of the pace. And now we have Lake Lindelof from United States up next. Let's see how he will do. So that's number 54, and then just after him we have the Finnish racer Vaino Hartio. So at the moment you see the American one, Lake Lindelof. He's now coming in for the final stretch across the finish line, and with a result of 9.68 of the pace, he goes 36th. So he goes in front of Gustavs after the second run. So now we continue with number 57, which is Vaino Hartio from Finland, but his race is over. And the second run, and he will not have a result on this first GS of today. Now Kristijonas Merkis, the only Lithuanian we have on the start list. Let's see how he will do, and a mistake by Kristijonas. Yes, so, and yeah, a little bit hurtful over the gates. So yeah, Kristijonas Merkis on the inside ski. So you saw that is the mistake. Of course, many racers does, because when you race quickly, sometimes it's really hard to push hard on that outside ski where you should to make the balance. But Kristijonas stayed on the inside ski, lost the balance, and just slide down. And number 51, Johannes Alfredsson, his outside ski, just the binding came loose. The binding came loose for Johannes Alfredsson, and the binding went loose, and he lost his ski. Basically, everything looked well for him. But maybe later we're gonna see some replies of these crashes, and then you will see that just the ski didn't stayed on the boot, and he lost his ski on that one of the turns, and that's it for Johannes Alfredsson as well. So Johannes Alfredsson is out of the race as well as Kristijonas Merkis. So two racers in the row are out. So that means that we have just 11 racers left, and we continue with Mark Matusinski from United States. Now he's in the start house, ready to go, and shortly we'll do. And the racers, so the racers will finish the second run. I believe nothing will be changed in the top 30 anymore, and then we will continue with a small break, and then we will be back a little bit later, because we have one more GS race for today, and the second GS race will start at 15 minutes past 2. So 2:15 we'll start the second race for the GS as well. So small break between, and then 2:15 the ladies will open the second race as well. But now let's continue with this one, and this is the Latvian National Championship GS race. in Baltic Cup 2020. And now we have Mark Matusinski on the course. Oh, he's struggling a lot. On that first steep part. Well, the first steep part, that's where you make it or break it actually on this course. That is the hardest section of the course. It's most steepest. And again, Mark Matusinski as well. The left foot loses his ski. So I believe there might be a hole, there might be some bumps on that specific turn going in for the second steep part. And if your bindings are not basically, if they're not adjusted for these bumps, then you just basically lose your ski, because all your weight is on your outside ski on that part. And now we have Michael Anderson, another United States racer. He's doing there fine. He doesn't lose his ski. Both of them are still on his feet, and now he's coming in for the second intermediate and the final part of the course. So Michael Anderson, he was 52nd after the first run. But of course, as we have some DNFs, he will be much more higher. Let's see if he can be higher than 37, because that's how many racers we have finished now. And Michael Anderson goes into the 37, so yes, he goes one position higher as well after the second run. Gabriel Ginder from United States, DNF for him as well. The course is just a little bit too hard for him today as well, and Gabriel Ginder is out, so DNF for him. So Otto Mujunen from Finland is up next. He was 54th after the first run. At the moment, after those 54 racers who have started the second run, 38 has finished. So out of 54 who has started, 38 has finished. And let's see how Otto Mujunen will do on the steep part as well. That's where, as I say, you can make your run or you can break your run. Otto Mujunen does pretty well there, just a little bit too straight, but still recovers good, and now goes in for the second steep section. Good turns by Otto Mujunen, now getting everything together, and small jump there, but still, and getting on the Otto Mujunen, yeah, sorry, he's out as well. So looking good. He was recovering after a few mistakes, but then this mistake just was a little bit too big. Stayed, basically put all his weight on the backside of the ski, and just wasn't able to turn the ski into the next gate. Because remember, if you sit a little bit too much and put your weight on the back of the ski, you are basically not able to turn your ski at all. So basically, you cannot take the next turn. But now we have a Latvian racer on the course, Marks Truhins. Marks Truhins is already at the final part of the course, and two more gates to go, and now just a straight line through the finish line, and Marks Truhins finishing with a 39th result, and that's the concluding result at the moment. 39th, 13.68 seconds off the pace. Samuel Harrigan, another American athlete, is now on the course. Let's see how he will do, if he will be able to take that hard part of the course well. He does it, and now just the final flat section, so that shouldn't be a problem for any skier who is racing in this level. So Samuel Harrigan, sorry, no, that's not Samuel Harrigan, that's Weston Greloch. Weston Greloch, sorry, I made a mistake. He comes in with a 40th result, so that's now concluding result number 40, with a time of 14.72 of the pace. Now is Samuel Harrigan, number 61, as well from United States. And then just after him we will see Edgars Beļķaus from Latvia. So now number 61, Samuel Harrigan, going in for the final turns, and 62, Edgars Beļķaus on the course now as well. Samuel finishes with the time of 14.30 of the pace, goes in front of his teammate as Weston Greloch, and Samuel goes into the 40th place. Now Edgars Beļķaus is on the course, number 62, and the final part for him as well. Good speed there, just a few more turns to go, and let's see where Edgars will turn up. Can he go inside the top 40? We'll see it shortly. So across the finish line, and Edgars Beļķaus finishes with a 41st result, so almost 41st result, 14.70 of the pace, and as well is able to improve his result by 1 position. Bruno Marcin-Milbrats is now on a course. He was 59th after the first run, and Bruno Marcin-Milbrats as well from Latvia. A few more turns to go, and now approaching the finish, Bruno Marcin-Milbrats, and then after him we have just 2 more racers, Emils Ģermanis and Colin Arner from United States. And there is a mistake by number 68, that's Emils Ģermanis. Unfortunately, he falls as well, stays on the inside ski, loses his balance, and he is out. Meanwhile, Bruno Marcin-Milbrats has finished with 17.39 of the pace. That gives him 43rd result. Emils Ģermanis, unfortunately, is out of the running, and now Colin Arner, number 66 from United States, on the course. So the snow is getting harder. Of course, that's not good news for the second run, but let's hope that it will calm down a little bit before we start the second race of today. Of course, here in behind the polar circle, so Piha ski resort, so that's approximately 100 kilometers outside of the polar circle. A really great and beautiful place where to ski, but here the weather can change, not in days but basically in hours and even minutes. So if it's now snowing, you might come back in 2 hours when we start the second race, and it might be sunny. So it is a really beautiful and annoying in the same time, I will be honest with you. So now the final concluding racer, Ryan Keenan of this race, is now coming through the few more gates, and Ryan Keenan out of United States will conclude today's GS, the opening race of the Baltic Cup 2020 Latvian National Championship, and Ryan Keenan concludes it with 23.65 of the pace, 45th result. So 45 racers in men's race has finished. The winner is Simen Strand from Norway. Congratulations, Simen Strand, the overall winner. Emil Marklund comes second from Sweden, and David Fredriksson from Sweden comes third. So that's the podium: Strand, Marklund, Fredriksson. Fourth place Johan Bergman, and then fifth place Mick Svenix. Congratulations. And even Mick Svenix is overall fifth, but in the Latvian National Championship he is number 1. So Mick Svenix, the champion of Latvia in giant slalom, second fastest Latvian who takes the vice championship of the giant slalom is Elvis Opmanis, and Davis Svenix is third. So those are the top 3 Latvian racers in today's race, who are of course fighting for the Latvian championship. But the overall results: Simen Strand, Emil Marklund, and David Fredriksson. Those are the top 3 racers of today's GS. So as I said, we have one more GS race today, so that will happen in approximately 1.5 hours. So 2:15, 15 minutes past 2 is the official start time for women for first run of the second race of today. So be back at approximately 2:15 to follow and the second exciting race here in Piha, where we will follow the ladies for their first run. So for now we have a small break while we're getting ready the course for the upcoming race. You can follow all the results if you want to see them in detail. You can follow them in live.ski.lv or fisski.com, where you can find the Piha Baltic Cup 2020 results, and you can follow them and see all the racers, all the times, with all the differences as well, and even in details by their sections of the course as well. So if you want to see them in detail, live.ski.lv or fisski.com. But shortly, 2:15, that's when we come back for the live stream from here to follow the second GS race. See you soon. Hello and welcome everyone who is now watching us live from Piha, Finland. Baltic Cup 2020. The final stage of this ski racing series is happening here now. It's a pretty snowy weather here in Piha, as we are way behind a polar circle, way above polar circle, so it's a proper winter out here, and we are ready for the second race of the day. We already have a GS, giant slalom, earlier this morning, and now we have a second race of the same discipline, giant slalom, which will start in 10 minutes with the ladies' first run. But before that, I would like to introduce an interview we did earlier, and that is an interview with Kristaps Zvejnieks. Kristaps is a former Latvian alpine skier, the best alpine skier Latvia had, and he's now retired, and he's a coach. He's a coach for a ski club Virsotne. So let's see what he has to say about Baltic Cup, and then we will return shortly for the race. I'm here with Kristaps Zvejnieks, I believe the best alpine skier in Latvia. Well, he was still an athlete, now he is a coach, and that's the first question for him. You are here with your ski team Virsotne. What's your functions here as a coach? Do you train them more physically or on the slopes? And how was the last season with your ski club?
Well, yeah, I'm coaching my ski club Virsotne, and we have been training a lot during the summer, physically, both mentally, and of course on the slope. My functions there are basically like coaching them technically, more or less. This winter was hard. Like we had no winter. Winter was actually really bad in Latvia, but we used to travel a lot, and we did a lot of trips outside of Latvia. We also visited Turkey, which actually had more snow than in Latvia. That was kind of a surprise. And yeah, I'm training them as much as I can, as much as I have free time, and also here.
And a small follow-up personal question: do you enjoy coaching? As you were a former athlete, do you enjoy coaching kids?
Yeah, it's kind of fun most of the time. A lot of time it's also like a big fight with the kids. We're not really fighting, but we're trying to make the best out of them, and it's not always easy with them. But I think it's a part of the process, and we just keep going on and on and on and moving forward.
And as you have many athletes participating in the FIS races, and of course even more next week on kids races, what are like the results you're expecting from them? Like, do you motivate them and say that just race as quick as you can, or do you have like a preferable position they should finish in after it, or what's your expectations from them?
Well, we're not really speaking with them in numbers. I don't think it's really good like mentally, so we're trying to say to them that you should ski as good as you can on that exact date. So I think that we're expecting from them is the best result that they can deliver on the race days, and for them they just need to perform at their very best at these races, and we'll not call it numbers because that just makes them stress about it.
Cool. All right, thank you very much, and good luck to Virsotne on the Baltic Cup. Thank you. So that was Kristaps Zvejnieks, currently coach of ski club Virsotne, and as you saw that and heard that his athletes as well are taking part in today's race, and of course next week as well, when many more athletes in the youth age groups will arrive here in Piha for their Baltic Cup races. You can see now the start list for the first run of the race that will follow shortly. So 41 ladies, 41 girls will take a start on the first run this GS race accordingly to their bibs. So starting from number 1, Birgitte Varne, she will open the race, and we will conclude with Linda Kalvan, number 41. And then when the ladies will finish their first run, of course, a small break, approximately 5 minutes, and we will continue with the first run for men as well. So now a few commercials, and after those commercials we will be back for the action here in Piha, Baltic Cup 2020, first run GS race, ladies. And as you can see, we are back. We are back in Picha. That's the start house you're seeing now. And the start where all the racers go through when they enter the course. So we already had one GS race today, as I said. That was the Latvian National Championship GS race. And the winner of that was Ilve Tuni Falksete. Of course, she will start on this race as well. She has a racing bib, so she's going into the course with a number 12. But until then, we have 11 more racers to go in front of her, in front of the winner of the first race. And the one who will open this race is now on your screens, Birgitte Varne from Norway. She was fourth. She was fourth earlier today, so just behind podium. So of course she's willing to do all she can to enter that podium on this second FIS race. So the first one is Latvian National Championship. This is just a regular FIS race. Those of you who doesn't know what is FIS, that's the International Ski Federation. So that's a regular International Ski Federation race. And Birgitte Varne is on course, and there is a big mistake by her on the first steep part. She recovers well, but of course that will affect her time a lot on this first run. There is a mistake by her as well. She recovers, but as you saw, there's a massive cloud of snow. That means that she slowed down a lot and lost some time there as well. You can see there, that's those two green times on the right side of the screen. Those are the intermediate times, also 2 times which we take in the middle of the course, the first one and the second one, and then the final time of course is the overall time of the course, which is 50.88 for Birgitte Varne. So 50.88, that's the pace we have now. And the racing number 2, Moa Clemensson from Sweden, unfortunately is out of the race. She had a good result on the first race of today. She came second on that one, but unfortunately here on the second race of the day she is out. We continue with a third runner or third racer, Hedda Marteluer from Sweden. Let's see how she will do. Now the first intermediate time is green, but there is a big mistake by Hedda, and she's out as well of the running. So yeah, you can see that's a pretty hard configuration there. When the course setter of this run is Roope Leskinen from Finland, and of course there are regulations how you can set the course and what is the minimum distance between the gates. But as you can see, the slope, it's not even. There are some steep parts, there are some more flat parts, and there is a mistake by Matilde Edvinsson as well. So 3 racers in the row. So Edvinsson, Marteluer and Clemensson, all 3 of them in the row. All 3 of them were able to fight for the top 6. All 3 of them are out at the very beginning of the first run. Now let's follow up with the 5th, Charlotte Henriksson, bib number 5. Charlotte Henriksson, her first race today wasn't successful on the second run, but now she's making it really careful now on this first run. As you saw, the speed is not there, but she's doing well at the moment. And let's see how she will do the final part of the course. Now going in for the steep section, good tight turns, and looks like that she's able to follow that good racing line, but I believe it's not going to be that quick as Birgitte Varne's time. But let's see, few more turns, and now she's a little bit quicker though. Charlotte Henriksson goes in front, she takes the lead, 50.55. Meanwhile, the Ida Kandert, number 6, as you can see, is really disappointed and a little bit angry as well, because she is out of the first run as well. So Ida Kandert, the DNF for her, unfortunately. Now number 7, Verra Alaniska from Finland. Let's see how she will do. So this is the crucial point where you enter from this flat part into the steep section, and there is a right turn, a right turn, where you really need to push on that outside ski to follow that line and enter the next gates. Vera Alaniska is now on course on the first race of today. She was doing well as well. I will just shortly tell what position she won at the end. And Vera Alaniska, she was 10th. She was 10th after the first run. Let's see how she will do on this race. Now Liene Bondare, our Latvian favorite. Unfortunately, the first race of today was not successful for Liene. She was out on the first run, but now she's looking good there on that part. Let's see if she can be able to follow Henriksson's time. Charlotte Henriksson are now the current leader at this point, and Liene Bondare pushing harder on those final turns and across the finish line with a fourth result. Yeah, Liene Bondare 53.82. That's 3.27 seconds off the pace of Charlotte Henriksson, who is now the leader. Alva Malvin, as well, as you can see, there are already 5 racers there behind the Bose banner, who are basically DNF on the very same place in the course. Let's see how Sophie Olsen will do. She is now as well entering that hard part, and she holds the line. Of course, that's a big mistake there. She went a lot lower than she should, but she holds the line and she stays into the course, and she's able to continue. So Sophie Olsen, of course, that will cost her some time. As you can see, already 9/10 behind the leader at the second intermediate time, but she could be able to win some of that back. So leader still Charlotte Henriksson from Finland, and now Sophie Olsen comes in with a third result. Sophie Olsen 51.63. Maisa Kivimäki is up next from Finland, bib number 11. Let's see how she will do there as well. This is actually now easier than it was on the earlier today, that part of the course. But of course there's another Easter egg hidden away where all those 5 racers before went out of the course, so that's where you need to be really careful. Ylva Tone Falksete now, number 12. She was the winner of the first race today. Let's see how she will do. And now looking good there, 0.10 of a second in front of Henriksson after the first intermediate time. Now Ylva Falksete is coming in for the second intermediate, still 1/10 of a second in front. Now just the flat section of the course without any mistakes, and she looks good there for the final few gates, and is now crossing the finishing line with the best time. Ylva Tone Falksete takes the lead after the first run, 50.09, 4600 in front of Charlotte Henriksson, who is now second. Kia Emilia Hakala, now number 13 on the course, 3400 behind the leader after the second intermediate. Let's see if she can win some of those hundreds back on that final part. So the final part is pretty easy there. The snow and slope conditions are really well there, but of course that's where you can only use that speed what you accumulate on the upper part of the course. And now finish for Kia Emilia Hakala, a 50.59. That's half a second of the pace. Now we continue with Andreas Kalend Larsen from Norway as well. Andrea is now final part of the course. Looks like that she is approximately 1.4 seconds behind the leader after the second intermediate, and now the finish will be around 1.5 seconds, 1.85 of the pace for Andrea. That gives her 8th position at the moment. Martine Fosmo Nyberg from Norway is now fighting hard as well with the slope. As you can see, that slope is still good enough, even though we already had one race with 111 racers in 2 runs. So basically the slope is in really good condition after all those runs already done. But then we can see that Martine Fosmo takes the lead. Excellent run by Martine Fosmo Nyberg. I wasn't expecting that, as she was in the she wasn't that much into the green after the second intermediate, but she holds that lead, and Martine Fosmo Nyberg is now the new leader, 4700 in front of Ylva Tone Falksete. So both Norwegians are now taking the leading positions at this first run. Now Ingrid Ulfes from Finland is up next, and already at the finish with a 9th result. A 9th result for Ingrid. 4.89 of the pace, and gives her 11th position. Heidi Merisalu from Finland. Let's see how she will do. And there is a mistake by Heidi as we're sitting down. Basically, that's the common mistake for racers. When you sit down, basically there is like an imaginary chair, and then when you sit back, then it's of course really hard to control your skis. and really hard to make the next turn. But everything is fine for Heidi, and she finishes 1.71 of the pace, 8th position for her. Now we will continue shortly with number 19. You can see her in the start house at the moment, Ria Palleri from Finland. Ria Palleri getting ready while the course will be ready, because of course sometimes after the racers you need to get the flags back up on the gates, and that might take a while. But as Ria Palari is already on the start, she was a 13th after the first race. So the first race, 13th place, and let's see if she can get herself into the top 10 after this race. 2 runs though. The first one is only half of the victory. You need to do 2 stable runs, of course, to be able to fight for a good chance for the podium or top 6. And the FIS race, of course, the FIS points are awarded as well. So that's what the athletes are fighting for, the FIS points. So that's basically how you can arrange the ranks for the skiers internationally. So of course every single FIS race across the world, doesn't matter where it happens, in Finland, in Austria, in Australia maybe, or in America, it doesn't matter. The International Ski Federation has a penalty system for point system basically, and every single racer after the race, depending on what position and what is the time difference between him or her and between the first place, is applied a penalty, which are those FIS points what they are trying to fight that hard for. And now we're going on with the race, and Ria Pallari is on the run at the moment. So bib number 19, together we have 41 racer in the ladies runs, and Ria Pallari, so 13th earlier today. Let's see how she will do on this first run. Now going through that configuration of the final steep section. So basically 3 steep parts in this course, and then 2 flat sections in between. And Ria Pallari finishes with a 9th result, the first run, and 1.8 seconds off the pace. The leader, a pace setter, Martine Fosmo Nyberg, 49.62 her time. Jade Linetsalu from Finland up next. The first race of today wasn't that great for Jade, and now let's see if she can make her performance even better on this second run. So Jade Linetsalu now coming in for the final gates and reaching for the finish line with a time of 52.64, which is 3.02 of the pace, gives her 20th place. Sorry, not 20th place, 12th place, yeah, because we have only 14 racers who have finished the first run at the moment out of 21 who have started, and the 21st who starts the first run is Karla Sopela from Finland. Karla Sopela, now you can see the bright orange helmet, and as well good speed for her, and across the finish line with 11th result. So good run for Karla, 11th position at this moment at 2.29 of the pace. Now Ebba Ekström from Sweden, as well, young and talented skier. Well, most of the Swedish and Finnish and Norwegian skiers as well over here are at their beginning of their careers, of their professional athletic alpine skier careers. And one of them is Ebba Ekström as well. And Ebba, oh my, she makes a massive mistake at the very last gate. I don't know if you were able to see it, but Ebba Ekström basically just missed the final gates. She just missed the final gates, and of course that means that there will be no time for Ebba, so DSQ or disqualified for her. And Varvara Sheglova, unfortunately the Russian athlete, is out of the first run as well. She did not manage to finish the second run of the first race, and now she is not able to finish the first run of the second race. Now we continue with the American athlete number 24, Faith Stanton. Faith Stanton is now on course. Now let's see how she will do. So this is the jump. She pushes down her skis very well and stays on the snow. Of course, most of you might think that of course it's faster when you fly, but in alpine skiing it's much more faster if you stay on the snow. And that's why all the skiers, whenever they see there is some kind of change in altitude, or there is coming from the flat to the steep section, you need to push down your skis so they stay on the snow and you can get the most speed you can. And of course you have the most control over your skis if they stay on the ground. Now Sini Kemppainen in the course, number 25, is on our screens. Meanwhile, Faith Stanton finishes with a 14th position, 4.11 of the pace. That gives her 14th place. Now Sini Kemppainen from Finland. Final few turns and good speed for her with a finish time of 53.18. That's 3.56 of the pace, and that gives her at the moment 14th position. And Betty Burkowska, we just saw her on the side of the course, opening her ski boots. Of course, that's not where we wanted to see her. We wanted to see her skiing in the course, but unfortunately for Betty, this is it for today's race, because she's not able to finish the second round. So Lightning Betty this time is out. We continue with number 27, which is Jessica Ojaniemi from Finland. So a good run there. Let's see if Jessica can get herself into the top 15. At the moment we have 17 racers who have finished the first run, and even more 27 racers who have started. So let's see how Jessica will compare with those 17 who have finished. And Jessica goes in the final concluding position with 4.3 seconds of the pace. Lovisa Alfredsson from Sweden is up next, working hard as well, getting all the speed she can. Of course, you know, alpine skiing, half of the victory is your technique, another half is your physical strength and your abilities, as it's not that easy to ski down this 870 meter long course, which has 33 gates. The physical strength you need is a big one. So the girls are doing just fine, and Lovisa Alfredsson just finished with 6.51 of the pace, and that time 56.13. That gives her 19th position at this moment. Molly Bruno from United States now, number 29, so it means we have 12 more racers to go. We have 41 lady racers taking part in this GS. Molly Bruno finishes with 5.76 of the pace, gives her 19th place. Now Laura Bišere and Karlīna Grāmatniece, two Latvian skiers, part of the Latvian alpine ski team. Let's see how Laura will do. Just recently Laura was still racing against the U16 girls. Now she's racing against all the adults, all the big athletes there, because in the adult racing you can start when you are at least 17 years of age, and Laura is now 17 and she's finishing with a 20th result with 8.79 seconds of the pace. Now Karlīna Grāmatniece is coming in for her first finish on this race, number 31, Karlīna Grāmatniece, and let's see how she will do. Now the flat part, keep your skis parallel to each other, get all the speed you can, and Karlīna does everything fine. And coming in for the finish, Karlīna Grāmatniece now in the finish with a 21st result at 7.04 seconds of the pace, just a little bit in front of her teammate Laura. The next one was Elina Zalan, another Latvian racer. Unfortunately, as we just saw on our screens, a DNF for her, so we didn't see the exact moment, but unfortunately Elina is out of the first run on this GS course. Hanna-Maria Kurkelä from Finland is the next one to go. Let's see how Hanna-Maria is doing as well. Now the steep parts, of course, those steep parts are where you make it or break it. That's where all your alpine skier skill comes into the effect. Of course, the flat parts are hard as well, but that's where you use that speed what you have accumulated in the steep sections. So you can see Hanna-Maria Kurkelä looking good there in the flat part, but of course the leading athletes are a little bit faster there, as they have more speed accumulated in the steep parts of the course. Hanna-Maria Kurkelä finishes with a 21st result, 7.83 of the pace, and that gives her 22nd position. Now Angelique Labelle from United States. Angelique Labelle from USA on the course. The courses are still pretty hard though, as we have had some fresh snow, but our ski crew is working around the clock to get all that snow off the racing line and keep the course clean and icy, so the athletes have the best ability to make their performance as good as they can. Now Angelique Lebel has finished with 23rd result, 8.79 off the pace, 8.79, and that gives her 23rd position. The pace setter, the leader, is still Martina Fusmo-Nyberg. I really doubted that someone will be able to overtake her. Ylva Tune Falkseter, the winner of today's first race, is now second after the first run, and Charlotte Henriksson is third. So that's the top three at the moment on this first run. Now Mia Hartfeld from United States has finished as well, and we now see Megan Hort from US on our screens, number 36. So many United States athletes is here in north of Finland for this Baltic Cup race. Mia Hartfield finished with 25th result, and Megan Hort is now coming in as well for the final stretch. Two more gates, keep it all straight, get the speed, and there we are. Megan Hort at the finish with the 26th result, 18.28 off the pace. Marta Berzinia will follow shortly, but I believe this is number 37, so Hokku Caroselli, number 37 from United States on course, and then just after her, two Latvian racers, Marta Berzinia and Paula Vituma, will start their race on this first run. Marta Berzinia, Hokku Caroselli across the line with a 26th result, 13.81 of the pace. So this is number 38. This is Marta Berzinia. Paolo Wheaton will be next. So Marta Berzinia now on course. Oh, there's a big mistake by Marta as well, sliding a little bit too low on those blue gates, but able to get herself inside the next gate, so it's all fine. And now coming in for the final stretch and reaching for the finish. Marta Berzinia reaches the finish with a result of 12.83 of the pace, 26th result. Now number 39, Paola Vituma. Paola Vituma is up next. Now turning in as well in the flat part, and after Paola we have one more racer. Linda Calvan, as we do have one DNS. So number 40 is DNS, so did not start. But now we have 41 Linda Calvan on the slope. Paula Vitum finishes with 8.53 of the pace, so good run from Paula. That gives her 23rd position at the moment. And Linda Calvan, number 41 on our screens, is the concluding racer of the first run for ladies. Let's see how Linda will do as well. This is the hard part of the course. That's where your technique and your skills comes into the play. And Linda Calvan as well, fighting hard, and will reach the finish shortly with a result of 17.84 of the pace, and the result number 29 at this moment. So we have concluded the first run of the ladies FIS race in Baltic Cup and GS we have today, and the GS racers on this run, the fastest ones are Martina Fosmo-Nyberg. Is currently a leader, not currently, but she is the leader after the first run. Ylva Tune Falkseter, second best time, 47 hundredths of a second behind Nyberg, and Charlotte Henriksson is the third after 93 hundredths of the pace of the Nyberg's time. So that's the top three, and then of course all the rest of them, but you can see them on the screen at the moment. And we will have 5-minute break, and then after 5 minutes we'll come back with the men first run. So men are ready as well. All the athletes are on the course already, getting their skis waxed a little bit, getting their skis polished, so they are slippery enough for a good speed on this course. And we will be back in 5 minutes when we will start the first run of men's race. just few more minutes and we will start with the men's race. We have 68 athletes on the start list who are supposed to start. Of course, there might be some DNS, as we saw already on the ladies' race, but I hope not. And 68 men will start their first run. Of course, we don't know how many of them will finish, as we saw from the ladies' race. There are some challenging parts on this course, and the course setter Rupe Leskinen from Finland has done an excellent job to make this course not easy at all, but of course that makes it even more exciting, and the athletes need to work not only with their legs but with their brains as well. So yeah, Baltic Cup 2020. Those of you who doesn't know, Baltic Cup is a race, alpine skiing race series, which happens basically every year since 2014. Before that, we already had the Baltic Cup, but that was only once a year, like a big event, big race. But now, since 2014, Baltic Cup is being held in stages, and we always start our season. We always start the Baltic Cup with the first stage, which happens in indoor skiing hall, which is in Druskininkai in Lithuania. It's called Snow Arena, and in Snow Arena we always have our first stage at the beginning or middle of November, and then normally there are one, or it was supposed to be even two stages in between. It was one of them in Sigulda in Latvia and another one in Otepää in Estonia. Unfortunately, due to the lack of snow this season, the Sigulda and Otepää stages were cancelled, so it means that this is basically supposed to be the fourth stage and the final stage of the Baltic Cup here in Piha, but now in the reality this is the second and final stage of the Baltic Cup, as the second and the third were cancelled. So yeah, Piha here in Finland, we are here for, I believe, now 7th year as we are organizing our Baltic Cup over here, an excellent ski resort with many ski lifts and courses for all levels of all skill levels for the skiers. There are some beginner courses, there are of course some extreme black courses as well, where you can test your sharpness of your edges, of your ski edges, and of course there are some free riding opportunities as well. So an excellent ski resort, some 100 kilometers above the polar circle, so the snow as it comes in the late October, and it stays here until the middle of April, so a really long skiing season here in northern Finland. But yeah, so Piha here in Finland, the Baltic Cup second and final stage of the 2020 season, and we have the record number of participants this year. As I said, 70 men and another 41 ladies are taking part in this first week of racing, which is the first week this year is the week when we have adult racing. So FIS races, adults, 17-year-olds and older. So as you can take part in the FIS adult racing starting from 17 years of age. And then next week, of course, Baltic Cup continues. Next week we have youth races, when the youth age groups U12, U14, U16, and masters. Masters are not youth though. Masters are those experienced skiers at 35-year-olds and older. So those are taking part next week in the racing as well, in giant slalom, in slalom, and Super G as well. For the adults there is no Super G, but for the youth and master groups there will be a Super G race as well. So really busy schedule for these 2 weeks, as today we have even 2 races in one day, but tomorrow we only have scheduled 1 race in slalom, and then Friday as well 1 race in slalom, and then the grand finale for the adult racing is on Saturday, when we have parallel slalom. Parallel slalom, I believe, is the most exciting discipline in alpine skiing. As you know, then parallel stands for skiing in the same time on the same slope. Well, there's 2 different courses, of course, but basically they are next to each other. They're parallel to each other, and the racers are skiing neck and neck next to each other and fighting each other to come down first. So it's like a proper drag race, but with turns in alpine skiing. So I think we're really interesting. That will happen on Saturday, so tune in for that. And then we're gonna have 2 days when all the kids will arrive and all the youth groups, and then on next Tuesday. And next Tuesday we will start the kids races, which will as well take 5 days of racing. So busy schedule, a lot of racing, a lot of alpine skiing, and of course let's hope that the weather will turn good. The weather forecast says that tomorrow will be snowy as well, unfortunately, but then starting from Friday the sun will be out. So let's hope so that on Friday slalom and Saturday parallel slalom the weather will be sunny, and of course you will enjoy the racing and see the beautiful pictures here from Piha. But now you can already see that the men race is almost just about to start. Juhan Luik from Estonia is the racing beam number 1. He will be the one who will open this race. He took part earlier today in the first GS competition as well. I will just shortly tell what position he was. Juhan Luik was 7th. He had 7th place on the first race, and let's see how he will do on this course. So now Juhan Luik from Estonia is opening the men's first run. He's on the course now as well, struggling a little bit, but looks good for Juhan. Now coming in for this hard part, and there is a small mistake, but he holds the line, looking good there for Juhan. And basically the hardest part of the course is already behind him. Now he really need to work hard and don't make any unnecessary mistakes until the end. And good aggressive manner where you can see the intermediate times 21:09, 33.51, and now the finish time at the end 48.61. Juhan Luik has finished and the pace is been set. And now we continue with Saku Aho. Saku Aho from Finland is up next. Let's see how he will do. He's at the second intermediate time. He's 2500s in the red, so it means that he's just a little bit behind Juhan. Let's see if he can win those 2500s back. 1/4 of a second, not that many, but of course the final part is the one where it's really hard to get some of that time back, and as we saw, he did not do it. So Saku Aho finishes with the second time, 49.13, 52 hundredths of the pace. Jacques Guedre was supposed to go with the bib number 3. Unfortunately, Jacques had some small accident, I believe, on the first race of today, first run, and Jacques unfortunately is not on the start. So DNS for Jacques. Let's hope that the injury will not be serious and he will be able to take part in tomorrow's slalom race. Now Emil Marklund has finished with the second result, so Juhan Luik still in front, and Emil Marklund, who was second in today's first GS race, now comes in with the second time on this first run. And here 0.19 of a second of the pace. Now Oliver Berklingt Tuerneros he's up next. He was a 13th on the first GS we had earlier today. Let's see how he will do here. So from Sweden, Oliver finishes with 61 hundredths of the pace from Juhan's time, and he is now a 4th, 61 hundredths of the pace. Nikolai Rieber from Norway is now coming in for his attempt on Juhan. Can he beat him? Looks like that's gonna be something hard to do, because 78 hundredths behind the leader already, so that's quite a lot. Let's see if he can get maybe at least some of that back, so he got some fighting chance on the second run. Unfortunately, no. Nikolai Rieber even adds some more time, and it goes into the 5th position with 1.24 of the pace. But now we have Johan Bergman, 4th place after the first GS. And now we can see that the first intermediate is in the red, but on the second intermediate he has done really good job, and he's already into the green. Not by much though, only 0.09 of a second. But now Johan Bergman, can he take a lead? And yes, that's what he does. Johan Bergman from Sweden goes in front by 32 hundredths. So 32 hundredths, and that's his now difference from Juhan Luik. And now David Fredriksson, another Swedish racer, 3rd place, so just one position higher than Bergman was on the first GS race we had today. And now David Fredriksson is now fighting hard with the final gates. Can he take the lead? And no, not this time. David Fredriksson goes with goes at this first run with the second time, 26 hundredths of the pace. Second result for him. Edvin Nilsson from Sweden as well, fighting hard there. Blue and yellow racing suit, of course, and the national colors of Sweden. Let's see how Edvin will do. There he is coming in for the final part of the course. Good speed for him. And now the final few turns, and Edvin Nilsson finishes with the 7th result. So yeah, Edvin had some mistakes and 1.4 seconds of the pace, so that's quite a lot for him. I believe he's not really satisfied with his results. Odin Vasbot Breivik, he wasn't able to finish the second run of the first race, and a really good first run of the first race, but now we can see that Odin Vasbot Breivik is doing all he can so he can set a really good time for the first run. So now Breivik through the finish with 4th result, 39 hundredths of the pace. 39 hundredths, that's something you can work with on the second run, that's for sure, and still fight for the podium. Now we have Broendmo, Johan Gunnar Broendmo from Norway. Yeah, Broendmo wasn't that lucky on the previous race, as he had a yellow flag issue and he went for the rerun, and the rerun was really unsuccessful. So let's see if Broendmo can revenge on this run to his contenders. But yeah, but the first run, 8th result, 1.04 of the pace. Now we have the winner of the first run, Simen Strand from Norway. Really great racer. Small mistake there, he jumps a little bit too far, but he stays in the line, and you can see that's already affecting his time on the second intermediate, 0.09 of the pace. And Simen Strand, so the winner of the first race, can he hold his position as well against Johan Bergman? Oh no, not this time, only fourth, 39 hundredths of the pace, 39 hundredths, that gives him 4th position. Together with Breivik, so they are both 39 hundredths of the pace. Erik Asplund, number 14, as well, good racing on the first race of today. Let's see how Erik will do on the second race day. Of course, the athletes are already tired, as it has been a long day, early morning, already a lot of racing, but Erik Asplund does fine, but that's 1.8 seconds of the pace, gives him 12th position. Jonna Pirainen from Finland, 15th number, so top 15 racers will be now finished. And Jonna Pirainen as well, looking good, 69 hundredths of the pace. Small mistake there as well, some snow coming off the edges, so losing speed. More snow there is coming off the edges, more speed and the racers lose, so that's some easy way to tell on the speed. And Jonna Pirainen, yeah, 1.67, so more than 1 second he loses on the final part, and now goes into that 12th position, Jonna Pirainen. So the leader still Johan Bergman. Now we continue with Edvin Lundbäck. Edvin Lundbäck looks good there as well, Swedish ski team. And let's see how he will do on that flat part. The speed is there, but 1.25 of the pace already. Can he hold it underneath 1.5 seconds of the pace? Then it would be nice, but now it goes over 2.07 into the red, so Edvin Lundbäck goes into the 14th position. At the moment we have 14th athletes who have finished the first run, and Oskari Sulkakoski might be 15th. Let's see how he will do, 1.28 of the pace, and I believe he will not be able to go faster than Lundbäck, and Oskari Sulkakoski finishes with the 13th result. Now he is able to overcome Lundbäck, and great final part of the race for Sulkakoski, and 1.8 of the pace. That's good enough for the 13th position now. Now we continue with Jesper Mansner, number 18 from Finland. But Jesper unfortunately is out of the race. He has lost his ski poles as well, so something went wrong for him, and DNF, so did not finish for Jesper Mansner. And just after him, we will find his ski poles, and then we will let the next racer go, which is Mick Svainieks. Mick Svainieks, number 19, is now on the course. So he was fifth after the first run. So sorry, not after the first run, the first race. So first race we had as well giant slalom, and there is a mistake by Mick. So he basically skis on the very tips on his skis, so rear tips, but he somehow recovers. So that's some excellent recovery from Mix. Let's see how he will do the rest of the slope. So he's already a Latvian national champion in giant slalom. How he will do now on this first run. So Mix Zvenieks, the second intermediate, is only 0.47 of the pace, so looks good. He's now in top 8 after the second intermediate. Can he hold that pace until the very end and maybe go even in the top 6? Mix Zvenieks now across the line with 1.09 of the pace, that gives him 10th place. So as well, great running, great skiing, sorry, for Mix Zvenieks at 10th position after the first run, 1.09 of the pace. So that's more or less the same as he had before after the first run on the first race. So he's holding his pace and looking good there, looking good to fight for another top 6 on this race as well. Now Wilhelm Wikström, number 20, as well. Some mistakes there. Let's see if Wilhelm Wikström will be able to beat Mix Zvenieks, but no, he is not, and Wilhelm Wikström goes 2.31 of the pace, and that's 17th position for him. Johan Bergman Johan Bergman is the leader, and Henri Hahtela is the next racer to go from Finland. Henri Hahtela there now coming down the steep part. As we can see, there are already some bumps in the slope. Still good ice though, as nice ice on the slope, so just to keep the course and the racing line as smooth as the ski crew can, so all the racers have equal chance of a good run, of a good race. And Henri Hachtela is now doing all he can, 1.19 of the pace. Let's see how he will do in those final turns. Henri Hachtela from Finland, he will be followed by Karl Christian Nergard from Norway, and across the finish line Henri Hachtela 2.28 of the pace, 2.28 gives him 17th position. Karl Christian Nergard, there he is, number 22, unfortunately off the course and out of the race today. Number 23, Alexander Alm, for him the first race of today wasn't successful as well, but let's see if Alexander, big mistake. He recovers, he stays in the course, but unfortunately that mistake will cost a lot. Of course, there's at least half a second, if not more. Let's have a look at the intermediate time. That's 8/10 of a second of the pace, so that's quite a lot after the first sector of the course. And of course that one mistake he made on that very first steep part will cost him a lot at the very finish. And now coming in for the second intermediate, Alexander Alm, already 1.29 seconds. So it is growing, but let's hope that he might be able to stay underneath 2 seconds as well. Good young promising athlete. He stays underneath 2 seconds. 1.96 is off the pace for him. Still the leader and the pace setter is Johan Bergman from Sweden, David Fredriksson second, Johan Luik from Estonia is a third. So really great run by Johan on this first course. Now Mikka Nieminen from Finland is up next. Good running there, tied together, so the air is flowing all around him and makes him go even quicker. And Mikka Nieminen 1.23 of the pace, 11th place, so just after Mix Zvenieks is in top 10. So our quicker Latvian we have here is Mix Zvenieks, 10th place, and let's hope that he stays there in the top 10 after the first run will be done. Maximilian Karbach from Sweden is now through the finish with a result of 49.66. That's 1.37 of the pace, gives him 12th result, so good run by him as well. Levi Lauhamo from Finland, the first race was not successful for him as well, unfortunately DNF, but now Levi Lauhamo is ready to show some good racing, good skiing on the second race of today. Of course it is a little bit tiring to do 2 races, so it means 4 courses together, but due to snow conditions yesterday we needed to postpone one of the races, so that's why we have a little bit longer today what the racers need to spend on the slopes. Olli Peltola is now on course. Levi Lauhamo meanwhile finishes with 2.17 of the pace, gives him a 20th position. Now Olli Peltola is on course as well, looking good there. And final few gates, and Olli Peltola finishes 2.27 behind Johan Bergman at 21st position. So the best time, that's for Johan Bergman, 48.29. So 48.29, that's a pretty reasonable quick time, but as well his counterparts, Fredriksson, Luik, Strand, Breivik, are just no more than 1/4 of a second behind him. So it will be a really exciting race when we will return for the second one. But still, as the first one is going on, number 28, Johan Foysenbraten from Norway, to 2.41 of the pace gives him 24th position. Joel Akerström. Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to pronounce those Swedish and Norwegian surnames, but Joel Akerström is doing all fine, and he's now coming in for the finish. Let's see if he can get himself into the top 20. And Joel Akerström, now he stays outside, he goes into the 25th position, 2.84 of the pace, 2.84. Jaakko Tappanainen is now on our screens from Finland. We have already, so it means Jaakko Tappanainen is number 31st. So 31 racers has started the first run, and 25 has finished. So let's see if Jaakko Tappanainen will be number 26, and yes, he will, but he goes a lot higher than 26th position, in 14th position, 1.51 of the pace. So good run from Jaakko, 1.51 of the pace, and that gives him 14th place. Atle Wallin is up next from Sweden, number 32. Here he is in the starting house, getting himself out, and Atle Wallin is ready for the first run as well. This is one of the secret rituals for all the alpine skiers. When you get your ski poles over the start gate, you need to clap them or hit them one to each other. That's something what I would say even all of the racers do when they start, so get them into the zone. And Atle Wallin is definitely in the zone, and he's now on the course. Let's see how he will do. Atle Wallin, the first intermediate time, 82 hundredths of the pace. So he's just outside of top 20 with this time. Let's see how he will do now. The second intermediate will come in. Can he get himself into the top 20 maybe? Because yeah, the top part by Johan Bergman, who is the pace setter, was excellent. So all the racers are showing some not that great first intermediates, but the second intermediate for Atle is 1.49 of the pace, but at the finish, yeah, he loses almost basically 1 second on the final part of the course, and Atle Wallin goes into the 26th position with 2.45 of the pace. Joel Palosarri, number 33, is now on the course. As well, some good skiing from Joel. Skis going parallel to each other, so not losing any time, not braking. And now some aggressive manner, hitting the gates and through the finish with a 2.96 of the pace, 28th result for Joel Palosarri, 2.96 of the pace. Markus Hurrinainen from Finland is up next. There he is, 1.94 behind the leader at the second intermediate time. And now only the flat part at the finish. A good speed and crossing the finishing line in just about half a second. There he is, Markus Hurrinainen, 2.66 of the pace, 27th place for him. So goes in front of Akerström and Palosarri. 29 racers has finished, and now we have Georgi Bilmak, who is at 35th, who is starting this run. Georgi Bilmak from Russia is now on the run. For him as well, the first race of today was not successful, DNF on the second run. Let's see how Georgi will do on this first one. Looking good there and finishing with 28th result. Georgi Bilmak, 2.78 of the pace, 28th result. Now William Fjellberg from Sweden, number 36, is on a course at the moment. Small mistake there, a little bit of braking, losing speed, but just a little bit, so should be good. and 2.3 of the pace at the second intermediate, and now across the finishing line 3.48 behind Bergman, and that gives him 31st place. Now Elvis Opmanis, another Latvian alpine skiing team racer, looking good there. Let's see what's his intermediate. 0.8 of a second behind the leader after the first intermediate. Now the second intermediate will come in shortly, and let's see how he will look there. And 1.22, and now at the finish 1.68. So actually pretty good. 17th position for Elvis Opman. So really great run. 1.68 of the pace, but that's 17th place. So pretty good chance actually to fight for the top 10, I would even say. Now we continue with Oliver Lauhamo, but we can see that Oliver, one mistake and then another mistake, and that's when he understood then maybe it's just a little bit too much, on this first run. So he is out. Oliver Lauhamo is out, and we continue with number 40, Erik Saravuo. From Finland. Small jump there, but really nice, cutting in the next right turn, pushing his skis down and getting the edges to grip into the snow. And Erik Saravuo is now coming in for the final few gates. Let's see if he can get himself into the top 20. Looks promising. Erik Saravuo, will it be top 20? And across the finishing line 1.93, and that's exactly 20th result for Erik. So really good run for Erik. 20th result, 1.93 of the pace. Now Oskari Jokiahu from Finland is up next as well. Good speed for him. Now let's see what he can do on the final part. After Oskari we have Rasmus Gustafsson as well, Finnish racer, and then we have Davis Zvenieks. Let's see if he can improve his result on this run as well. So Oskari Jokiahu has finished 2.01 of the pace, 22nd result. So these are some great young Finnish racers getting some good results here. As you know that the racers on the first run are put accordingly to their FIS points, and just to put it really simply, if you don't have that good points, you will have the lower number. And so basically these lower numbers, number 40s, 41, 42, should be somewhere around 35th position, but they are all these Finnish racers, Gustafsson and the ones we had before, Lauhamo as well, Jokiahu, Saravuo. They are doing really well and skiing somewhere inside top 25. Now Davis Zvenieks from Latvia on course at the moment. Some really good, looking good there. 1.5 seconds off the pace, and now across the finish 2.57 of the pace at 31st place at the moment. 2.57 of the pace. So as well, Davis Zvenieks has done some good job, and the racers there starting from the 25th until the 36th place actually are all in between 1.5 seconds. So close together. So it means that it's going to be really exciting to see the second run when they will actually that's a decisive run when they will decide for the places. And now Lauris Opman is number 45. Before him Teemu Laakso finished with 2.5 of the pace at 31st position, but now Lauris Opman is from Latvia ski team. Let's see how he's doing. The second intermediate 2.12 to 2.22 of the pace. Lauris Opman is good speed there, but I believe he will not be able to get himself in the top 30. Yeah, 37th result, 37th result, 3.28 of the pace. Kristofers Gulbis, the young star of Latvian alpine skiing, just the first year when he's racing in between the adults, and Kristofers Gulbis, good speed there. His technique is there, he just need to work a little bit more on the speed, because of course the technique is there, but he just needs to get some more speed in every single turn to make it work for him and fight for higher places. For now 3.29 of the pace for Kristofers, which gives him a 38th position after the first run. Olli Lankinen, Finland, the number 47, is on course. And then we have a Spanish racer, Joaquin Casasus, coming up next. We have 68 racers on the start list, so it means 20 more, 20 more after Olli Lankinen. Olli Lankinen now coming in for the final gates, and he's getting his time on the board. 4.3 seconds of the pace. It gives him a 40th position. So yeah, at the moment we have 40 racers who have finished, and there we have a small crash. I hope it's small. That's number 48, Jacqueline Casasus from Spain. Unfortunately, a crash in the first steep part of the course, but looks like that he was alright. He was able to stand up by himself and just get off his snow, and he will be fine. Johannes Alfredsson from Sweden, number 49, is on course now. The pole's going left and right, so that's not really good, but still good speed for him. Just need to be a little bit more compact, and that's where the speed is as well. As compact as you can. You need to stay in a giant slalom to get the speed to work for you. Johannes Alfredsson finishes with a time of 5.17 of the pace, of the pace, and that's 41st result. Now we have number 50 on course, which is Michael Anderson from United States. Yeah, not Michael. Michael is German. Michael is English. So Michael Anderson from United States on course at the moment, and they're looking good there. That red and blue gate. So those are two gates, but you need to take them and ride them with one turn. And unfortunately, yeah, Michael Anderson is not able to make those blue gates, and that's it for him on this race. So yeah, that is the, as you can see on the left corner. Now it's outside of the frame, but just a second ago you saw all those people standing there in the corner of the frame. So those are all the coaches, as this is a place where the coaches can stand and see their athletes. And this is actually the hardest part of the course, because there is a big flat part, and then going in for that steep section that is really tricky over there. And of course the course setter has made it even trickier by putting there one of the gates. So, and that is the really tricky part of the course, but Gustavs Harisabele has done everything well there and is doing everything well now on the final part as well. So Gustavs Harisabele from Latvia, number 51, now across the finishing line and setting the time 6.02 of the pace, and that gives him a 42nd place at the moment. Now we have Lake Lindelof from America as well, and there is a mistake by Lake as well, as you saw as well. He sat down a little bit, so basically put more pressure on the rear tips of the skis. And when you do that, it's really hard to control your skis, because basically you are just putting all your weight, all your pressure on the back tips, and you're basically not able to turn your skis into the next turn. So Kristijonas Merkis now, number 53 on course. Lake Lindelof meanwhile finished with 41st result, 4.69 of the pace of Johan Bergman, who is of course still the leader of this first run. Kristijonas Merkis now starting his first run on this GS race. The Lithuanian athlete, the only Lithuanian skier we have on the lists, and he's finishing with a time of 54.49, 6.2 seconds behind the leader Bergman. Mark Matusinski from America is up next. So yeah, next week we can have a lot more Lithuanian, a lot more Estonian racers who will come for the kids races, for the youth races, and so that's going to be a proper Baltic Cup. Of course, now we have most of the Baltic skiers are from Latvia on these adult races. Just a few from Estonia and Lithuania, but of course, as you can see, the Baltic Cup is an open race, so you don't need to be from Baltic nation to take part. You can be from anywhere you want, from anywhere in the world to take part. Mark Matusinski is now finished with 5.92 of the pace. Gives him 43rd result on. Vaino Hartio from Finland, number 55, is now approaching the finish as well, and through the finish with a result of 6.09 of the pace, 45th result. Now we have a Latvian skier, number 56, which is Aksels Bergmans, on the slopes as well. So Aksels, the same as Kristofers Gulbis, who was on the slope previously. He was still in the youth groups last year and the years before, so this is basically their first real experience in their proper FIS race. I will check it for the next days if Axels and Christophers has done some FIS racing before Baltic Cup. I believe they have. I just need to make sure where and what was their results, but of course Baltic Cup is the one place where all the Latvian skiers and the best skiers are meeting up together for a proper good racing 5 days in 5 days. Now Axel Bergman finishes with 5 seconds of the pace, 42nd result for him. Betston Greloch from United States as well reaches the finishing line, 7.98 of the pace, 48th result. So at the moment we have 48 athletes who have reached the finish, and Edgars Beļakovs, who is coming up next, will be 60th, who will start the race. But at the moment we are following Samuel Harrigan from US, and that's number 59, and then after him Edgars Beļakovs, number 60. So yeah, so 48 out of 59 racers finishes, so that's good. So it means that the course is actually not that hard. Not that hard, as we don't have that many DNFs. So Samuel Harrigan finishes 7.34 of the pace, 48th result. Edgars Beļakovs, there he is. I'm from Latvia Ski Club Virsotne. We saw a small interview with Kristaps Zvejnieks, one of the coaches of Virsotne, earlier before their race, and Edgars Beļakovs is one of his athletes, and Edgars is now finishing with a time of 6.47 of the pace, 48th result. And we have three more race. Oh, sorry, not a little bit more, 8 more racers. 8 more racers. The next one is Ryan Keenan, number 62. Number 61, unfortunately, is not on the course, which was Kaspar Heikkinen. So we continue with Ryan Keenan, number 62, which is now coming in for the final stretch, and final gates finish 13.84 of the pace for Ryan, and that's at the moment is concluding 51st place. So 51 racers has finished, and now we continue with 52nd. We hope that he will finish as well. Otto Mujunen, number 63. Oh no, so this is number 64. Tuoms Ielais from Latvia. That is number 64. Otto Mujunen has already finished 6.30 seconds of the pace and 48th position. Tuoms Ielais there, number 64 from Latvia. This is the first time I see him in Baltic Cup. Let's see how Tuoms will do here. And Tuoms Ielais is coming now for the finish, as he's not really a youngster anymore, but still Tuoms fighting with those FIS boys really well, and across the finishing line 7.45 of the pace, 51st position. Emils Ģermanis now on the course. Unfortunately, the first race of today's giant slalom was not successful for Emils. There was a small crash by him, and he was not able to finish the race, but here he looks good. Emils Ģermanis now coming in through the final gates and looking forward to put himself on the board, and that's what he does with 8.30 behind the leader, 53rd position. Mark Struhins, number 67, and then after him, oh sorry, no, this is number 66. This is Bruno Marts Milbrets. Yeah, this is number 66, Bruno Marts Milbrets. Mark Struhins will follow after him, and then one more racer, Colin Arner from United States, on the start. So Bruno Marts Milbrets from Latvia is now coming in for the finish and crossing the finishing line, 7.81 of the pace, and that's 52nd position. And now Mark Struhins is on our screens, number 67, another Latvian skier. Together we have 13 men, 13 boys who take part in this FIS race, and 9 ladies took to the start on their race. So 9 from Latvia ladies and 13 men. So now Mark Struhins has finished 77.12 seconds of the pace, 50th position, and the concluding racer of the men's race is Colin Arner from United States, number 68. So he will conclude the first run of today's Baltic Cup 2020 GS race. So Colin Arner is now coming in, 3 more gates to go, and he will put himself on the board as well. So Colin Arner at the result, 8.5 seconds of the pace. That gives him 56th position. So out of 68 men who started, 57 has reached finish. So it's all fine. We're gonna have a really exciting 57 men second run, when they of course will fight for the podium and FIS points. So the leader after the first run is Johan Bergman. There we can see the standings on the screen as well, and Johan Bergman is the leader, 48.29, that is his pace on this run. David Fredriksson, 0.26 of a second off the pace. Johan Luik from Estonia, 0.32 behind. Simen Strand, the winner of today's first GS race, 0.39, and Breivik, Odin Vasbon Breivik, as well, 0.39 of a second of the pace from Johan Bergman. So that's the top 5. And then of course the best Latvian we have is Miks Zvenieks. He's in the top 10th position for him after the first run, 1.09 behind the leader Bergman. So really exciting second run it should be, and it will start officially at 20 minutes past 4. So it basically in 1 hour, in 59 minutes, and we will be back to bring you the best alpine skiing here in Baltic Cup 2020, second run of the GS race. So be here so you can follow up what's gonna happen and how the podium will look after this race. So in 1 hour, 4:20 we will be back to live stream and ski racing from Piha, Finland, Baltic Cup 2020. Good afternoon to everyone. It's almost 10 minutes past 4, so it means that we have another 10 minutes until the start of the GS second run for ladies. Ladies are getting ready, warming up there in the start area, and there we can see that the course is ready as well. The ski crew is making sure that all the snow is out of the gates, out of the course, and we will have an exciting second and final run of today's long racing day. We had already one GS race earlier this morning, which was on the same time a Latvian National Championship, and now we have the second GS FIS race here in Piha Baltic Cup final stage this year, 2020. And now we will have a small interview. We'll show you a small interview we had yesterday with the Latvian Ski Federation President Dinars Dorš. He'll just tell you something about Piha, why we are here, and a little bit more about Baltic Cup, and then we will come back for our live stream, for our live view to the mountain, and we'll be ready for the second run for ladies. So interview with Dinars Dorš, and then we are back here in Piha. All right, good morning, Dinars, the president of Latvian Ski Federation. We are in Piha, Finland. What's happening here for the next 2 weeks?
Baltic Cup, it's big event for us, for all the region. So 2 long weeks ahead of us, which run by really fast. We have around 130 competitors for this week. We're waiting even more for the coming week, and really looking forward for it. We have had 2 long and heavy preparation days on a hill, fighting with the weather. Hopefully sun will come in, and we will have some nice pictures also for our TV or video live stream viewers through our live.ski.lv or Facebook Latvian Alpine profile.
Welcome back. So yes, as I said, we have approximately 8 more minutes until the second run. So this is the final run for today for ladies, and then after that we can have one more for men as well, so they can conclude their race as well. After the first run for ladies, the leader is the Norwegian athlete Martine Fosmo Nyberg. She is the pace setter, 49.62. Second place as well after the first run for Norwegian athlete Ylva Tune Falksette. Her time is 50.09, so 47 hundredths of the pace. And third place goes to Charlotte Henriksson from Finland, 50.55, 93 hundredths of the pace. Out of 36 racers who finished the first, who started the first run, we have exactly 30 who finished the first run and who will take part on the second run in just about 7 minutes from now. So it means that all the ladies will start the start list is in the reverse time order, so that means we're gonna start with the 30th. She will go in the course as the first one, and the 30th after the first run was Megan Hort from United States. She will open the second run, and then we'll go on reverse time order until the 30th. In the course will go Martin Fosmo Nyberg, and as I said, she is the leader after the first run. There we can see all the girls warming up there, getting ready for the second run, and that will happen, as you can see, in about 6 minutes. So we have some few commercials, and then after commercial break we will be back here in Baltic Cup 2020. foreigners are already on course, so foreigners, at least two of them, before every start, before every course goes into the course, before all the athletes, just to check out if everything is fine with the course and if the timing system is working. Seems like everything is fine, so it means that we will be able to start the second run on time. So it's in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So as I said, we will start with the ladies, and the leader after the first run is Martina Fosmo-Nyberg, the fastest Latvian after the first run. As of course you know, this race is organized by the Latvian Ski Federation, so we do cheer for our Latvian athletes, but of course everything is fair on the slopes, but we do cheer a little bit more for the Latvians than other nations, even though we have many nations present, 6 nations in the ladies race and 10 nations in the men's competition. Yeah, so the fastest Latvian, as I said, is Liene Bondare in the ladies race. She is overall 15th after the first run, 4.2 seconds of the pace. And then the next one is Karolīna Grāmatniece. She's overall at 21st, and then after her Paula Vītuma, third fastest Latvian, 23rd place overall. For the men as well, we have Miks Zvēnieks, who is in the top 10 after the first run, so great run by Miks. He already did really well on the first GS we had earlier today. So we already had one GS race before this one, that was Latvian National Championship, and Miks Zvēnieks was 5th overall, and of course, in the same time he won the Latvian Championship as well, so he is now the GS champion of Latvia on this 2019-2020 skiing season. Yes, of course, the Baltic Cup should be at least 4 stages this year, so but due to lack of snow, this is this stage which happens here in Pihka in Finland was supposed to be the 4th stage, but it is in reality 2nd one. So due to lack of snow, we were forced to cancel our stage in Sigulda in Latvia and in Otepää in Estonia as well. Otepää actually was for the first year considered to be a place for the 3rd stage of the Baltic Cup. So we have at least one stage in every Baltic nation, and then the final one here in Finland. Unfortunately, the snow wasn't there for us, for the skiers, so we were forced to cancel those 2 stages. But everything is fine here in Finland. There's plenty of snow. It's approximately -4 outside, -4 degrees Celsius, and the racers are ready to go. The slope is in great condition for the weather like this. The ski crew has injected the slope. It means that there was plenty of water injected inside the mountain just to make it all freeze, and there's basically a proper ice on the slopes to make the condition better for athletes. And now we start the second final run on this race, and Megan Holt from United States, she was 30th after the first run, so she is the first one to start this race for ladies. Megan Holt shows, you can see that her disadvantage is quite a big one, more than 18 seconds, comparing with the leader, Norwegian Nyberg. But let's see how she will do. We can see her time on the right side of the screen. So that's the start time, and then we have 2 intermediate times. So first intermediate just after the first steep part of the slope of the course, second intermediate just before going in for the final 3rd steep part. That's just before this part, as we can see it now, and then the final section of the course is basically pretty flat, so that's where you use all the speed you have gathered in the previous section. So now Megan Holt from United States through the final gates with a time at 2:15.89 overall, and let's see how she will compare with her teammate, which is up next, I believe. Yes, so the next racer to go is this Linda Calvan, so number 37. Sorry, no, this is Hokku Karuselli, yeah, from United States. Linda Calvan as well is on course, but now we are following number 37, Hokku Karuselli. She's now on the first intermediate and coming in for a final part of the course. On the second intermediate, Hokku Karuselli is quite a lot, more than 4 seconds in front of her teammate Megan, and Linda Kalvan. Sorry about her, we didn't show her on the screen, but she has finished as well the second run, and she takes the lead out of Megan's hands. And now so Linda Kalvan is the pace setter, but looks like Hokku Caroselli will be able to beat her. Yeah, and that's what happens. Hokku Caroselli goes in front, 4.95 seconds overall in front of Linda. So now we have number 38, Marta Berziņa from Latvia on the slopes. As well, the final part of the course looks well for her. She's in front of the leader Hokku, and I believe she will take the lead and hold her position. And yes, that's what happens. Marta Berziņa is more than 5 seconds, 5.81 seconds in front of the American one, and Marta is now in the lead. And now there is a crash. There is a crash by number 35, Mia Hatfield. Sorry, she's from United States as well, and unfortunately the second run DNF for her on this run, so she's not able to finish. And we continue with number 30, and that's Laura Bischer from Latvia, another Latvian alpine ski team member. She's now looking good there. First intermediate, more than 4 seconds in front of Marta. Now she's going in for the second, 5.12 seconds into the green, so she looks solid to finish in front of Marta Berziņa and take the lead. After the first run, Laura Bischer was 24th. Let's see if she can stay there today as well. Yes, she looks good. 1:57.36 overall time, and that's 6.43 in front of Marta Berziņa. So she's now the new leader, Laura Bischer. But now number 23rd after the first run. Sorry, Laura Bischer was 25th after the first run, and now Angelica Labelle. She was number 24th after the first run, and now we can see her on our screens, number 34, and you can see that she's already 1900s after behind Laura Bischer after that first intermediate, so she's starting to lose her. Let's see if Laura Bischer can hold her place in front of Angelique. Now the second intermediate, yep, the green light is a little bit even stronger. Now it's 5500 behind. So let's see how Angelique will do on those final turns. Can she get next to Laura or cannot? Angelique Labelle through the finish line, and she does something amazing. Yeah, so 66 hundredths in front of Laura at the finish. So she basically got 1 second, even more, 1.11 seconds. That's what she won back on that final part of the course. So really amazing skiing by Angelique on that final part, and she now goes in lead. Now Paula Viituma, she was at 23rd after the first run. She's on course at the moment, so you can see she has that 96 hundredths advantage at the start over Angelica Labelle, and she uses that advantage. She finishes and she takes the lead, 91 100ths in front of the American. Now Hanna-Maria Kurkela from Finland, number 33. She was at 22nd after the first run, 7 tenths of a second. That's her advantage at the start, but now we can see that that advantage is a little bit growing, but really steady. Now it's 72 hundredths on the second intermediate, but it stays in the green at the finish as well. 57 hundredths in front, so Hanna-Maria Kurkela from Finland goes in front and stays as the new leader there. Now Karolīna Grāmatniece, another Latvian skier. She looks good as well. 1.32 is her advantage at the start over the Finnish racer Kurkela, and now in the finish should be good for Karolīna, and I believe she will take the lead. Yes, Karolīna Grāmatniece is now the new leader at 2.56 seconds. That's her advantage and difference from Hanna-Maria Kurkela, who is now second. So Karolīna is the new leader, but now we have Lovisa Alfredsson as well. She's growing her lead over Karolīna in, as you can see, in both intermediate times from half a second to 1.06 to 1.09. So it should be good for Lovisa, and she is taking the lead, 1.12 seconds in front. And Lovisa Alfredsson is now our new pace setter. Let's see for how long will Molly Bruno be able to hold her lead over the Swedish racer Molly Bruno from United States, 75 hundredths at the start, so that's the difference she made on the first run. But now, as you can see, it's decreasing. 47 hundredths on the first intermediate and 28 on the second, and now in the finish, will it be green? Yes, it is green. So Molly Bruno from United States stays in front of the Swedish racer, and now she's the new leader. 150.83, that's the new pace, what the rest of the racers will need to beat to take the position higher. So now Ingrid Ulfes from Finland is on course. 87 hundredths at the finish, and you see it's pretty steady, 73, 79 on those two intermediate times, and now only finish looks really well. Good speed for Ingrid, and 52 hundredths in front. So Ingrid Ulfes stays in front. Ingrid Ulfes, after the first run, she was 18th, and she will be at least 18th after the second run as well. Now we have 17th, which is Jessica Ojaniemi on the course, number 27. She was 17th after the first run, and 69 hundredths in front, but she's still in the green after the first and second intermediate time, and she's still in front after the finish as well. So Jessica Ojaniemi by 3 seconds goes in front, 147.31, so she's in front now. But now Liena Bondare, our fastest Latvian racer, 10 hundredths in front of Jessica after the first run. Let's see if she can hold those 10 hundredths. Now after the second intermediate is at 24 hundredths, so not a lot, but it's in a green. Can Liena Bondare take the lead from Finnish racer? And now the final gates, Liena Bondare through the finish into the green, so it means that Liena Bondare is now in the lead. 26 hundredths in front of Jessica Ojaniemi. Liena Bondare is now the new pace setter for ladies. The next one, Faith Stanton from United States. He's on course, so 9 hundredths in front of Liena after the first run. But now you can see that after the second intermediate, that advantage has dissolved, has decreased, and it's already 23 hundredths into the red. So it means she might come second, but no, 100 of a second at the finish. So Faith Stanton goes in front. So Faith Stanton beats Liena on the second run as well, and 100 of a second into the green. That's just enough to be one position higher. So Faith Stanton is now our new leader. Sini Kempinen is now on course. Sini was 14th after the first run. Let's see if she can stay at least 14. No, there is a big mistake by Sini that will cost her that half a second she gained on the first run. Yeah, she's already 23 hundredths behind 36 hundredths behind the leader at the first intermediate time. There is a one more mistake by Sini. She's jumping pretty high in the air, hands in the air, of course that doesn't help to your time as well. And now the second intermediate though is only 300, so she's getting some of that back, but will it be enough? Will she be able to beat American Stanton? And now Sini Kempinen through the finish, 24 into the red, so it means that Faith Stanton stays in front, and Sini Kempinen goes to the third place behind Liena Bondare, who is currently second. Now we have 13th fastest, Jade Linetstalu, so we are getting close to the top 10 racers, and Jade Linetstalu is the next one to go. So 1.09, that's her advantage over the American racer Faith Stanton. And now let's see if Jade can hold that 1.09 seconds. That's pretty big advantage on this course, and not quite a lot, because the course, it is pretty long one, 33 gates and 870 meters, so it takes almost 50 seconds for the best ladies to get down, a little bit more than 50, but still 1.84 seconds already, so it means that Jade Linetstalu is skiing for the leader position, at least for the time being. So Jade Linetstalu from Finland, final red gates, and through the finish with 1.6 seconds into the green. So that's a great run. That's a great run by her, and Jade Linetstalu goes in front. So she's now the new leader. Faith Stanton second, and Liena Bondare third at the moment. Andreas Skalen Larsen. So Andreas Skalen Larsen from Norway is up next. She was 12th after the first run as well, struggling there on those red gates. That's where it's really icy, a little bit bumpy as well at this point, even though the course is really hard. The ice is there, but as you saw that she was struggling quite a lot. But now you can see on the first intermediate that it doesn't really affect her time. 7600 still in the green, so everything else she does excellent. 1.01 already into the into the read. Oh, there is unfortunately Larsen. Yeah, Andreas Karlan Larsen. Yeah, it was a great run, but unfortunately one of the gates, the blue ones I believe, was there, and was just a little bit too tight, and she wasn't able to get herself into those, and that means that she's out of this race. So Andreas Karlen Larsen, DNF for her, unfortunately. Karla Sopela, 11th after the first run. She has a 7300 advantage over Jade Linetsalu, who is now the leader. So 7300s as well. Good. Oh, those excellent. Those red gates really pushed hard on the outside ski. Try to smooth out the bumps, and everything went really good for Karla. So I believe yes. So the advantage is growing, as you can see, 1.12 already. So it's getting bigger by moment, by any second, and now the second intermediate is even more into the green, 1.28. So Karla Sopela does everything really well. She's winning on this course over Jade and the rest of the racers as well. So Karla Sopela will definitely take the lead, 1.52 into the green, and Karla Sopela is now the new race leader. Let's see for how long. Of course, the top 10 racers are still waiting for their start. And 10th fastest Sophie Olsen is now already started. Sophie Olsen from Norway is, oh no, that's too low, a little bit too low, and that's two big mistakes, one after another one. Sophie Olsen, that's gonna cost her some time, but yeah, well, you see in the first intermediate it's still in the green, but I believe she might, the second intermediate might be affected by those two mistakes. So let's see how it looks like a little bit lower. It's minus 0.72, so it's still in the green, stays there steady. But Sophie Amundsen fighting hard until the finish. So even with those big mistakes, Sophie is ready to take the lead. 0.77 into the green, and Sophie Olsen is in front. So for Karla Sopela, her lead was a short one. Let's see for how long Olsen will be in front. Now Ria Palari, number 9th fastest after the first run. So now this is the fight for the top 6, and let's see how Ria will fight for it with her contenders. Some nice clean turns there in that steep part, so no big mistakes. The speed might not be there, but let's see with the first intermediate. Yes, that's what I thought. Looked a little bit slower than Sophie and Karla, so it's plus 13, so 13 hundredths already behind the leader. Let's see if she can win some of that back. Let's see where it goes, if it goes up or down. After the second intermediate, it stays where it is, plus 13 again. So a steady second part of the course, and I believe it's going to be hard to win some of those 1300s back on that final part of the course. So it's really flat, and at the finish, yes, it's 1500s into the red, and Ria Palari goes into the second position. So Olsen, Sophia Olsen, still in front, still the leader. Let's see if Maisa Kivimäki has something to say about that. She was 8th after the first run. 30 hundredths is her advantage over as Olsen, and there is a massive mistake by Heidi Merisalu. She just jumps out a little bit out of the racing line, and that's the result that she jumps into the soft snow. And as you can see, those 30 hundredths, which was in the green, are now 21 hundredths into the red. So she lost half a second by this mistake. And let's see if she can win those back. Now it's 4500, so yeah, now the curve goes down. So it means that for Heidi, it's going to be pretty hard to fight for the leading position, maybe for the top 3. Let's see. Heidi Merisalu, final gates, and through they finish at 3800 into the red, and it goes with the third position. So Heidi Merisalu, third place at the moment, 3800s behind Sofia Molsen, who is still the leader. Now Maisa Kivimäki. She was 7th. She was 7th after the first run, 3500s behind the leader, and Maisa Kivimäki is now doing everything she can to stay in the top 7, maybe even get herself into the top 6. Let's see, Maisa Kivimäki, good there, minus 13, so 13 seconds at 13 hundredths of a second of advantage over Olsen. So that's not a lot, but might be enough if she keeps the pace, if she keeps the speed. and keeps the racing line until the end. But now it's 1800s into the red already at the second intermediate, so it going down. Let's see. It should be really close, but I don't think so. The speed is not there for Kivimaki, so I don't think so she will be able to take over Olsen. Yes, 100 into the red. So Kivimaki goes into the second place, and Olsen still in front. 100. That's all there was between these two ladies. And now the top 6 racers. Vera Aleniska, 6th fastest after the first run, so 5400s. That's a big advantage over Olsen. Let's see if that's gonna help her. And there is a small mistake there by Aleniska, but she holds the line good. The outside skis are well curved inside the snow. So let's see how Aleniska, the first intermediate, minus 15. So it is going down. Let's see if she can hold herself into the green light. Yes, but only by 800, so that's going to be really close as well. Sofia Olsen from 11th place, I believe. She's now getting herself into the top 6. Let's see if she can do it actually. Vera Aleniska, she was 6th after the first run, and she comes through the second run finish with the best time. So she's able to just about by 600s to go into the front and take the lead. Vera Aleniska goes in front, but now it continues with top 5. 5th fastest, Birgitte Varne from Norway, 2100s. In front of Aleniska after the first run. So this is the crucial point, how she will do it. Looks pretty good actually, and good speed as well coming out of the steep part. Use that speed on the flat section. Yes, 9500s. The speed was there, so 9500s on the first intermediate. So Birgitta Varne is going for the leading position if the 9500s will stay on the second intermediate as well. I believe they will. Yes, even more, 1.24 on the second intermediate, so the advantage is growing. The green light is even brighter, and Birgitta Varne is taking the lead and will stay at least 5th in today's competition. 1.76 seconds of the in front of Vera Aleniska. So Birgitta Varne is actually contending for the podium. Was excellent run by her. Let's see if Kia Emilia Hakala has something to say about that. 3300s for Hakala, and that's her advantage over Varne. After the first run, she was 4th after the first run, so this is now the top 4 racers. Hakala as well, looking good there as well, good speed, but I don't think that was that quick as Varne did. Let's see if that 2900s will grow or decrease, and they are decreasing now. It's just exactly the same, so they are now flat. Now they are both flat on the 00s after this first intermediate. Let's see how it's happening on the second. 0.19 already into the red. So yes, as I said, Varne's run was excellent one, so it's going to be pretty hard for the rest of the ladies to fight for the leader positions. And Hakala, yes, 2200s into the red, and she goes into the second position. So Birgitta Varne is now in the top 4. Let's see if she can get herself on the podium. She was 4th in the first race of the day as well, so of course she would like to be on the podium at the second race, I believe. Now the top 3, Charlotte Henriksson on the course, 3300s. That's her advantage over Varne after the first run. Yes, that steep part was good, but not as good as Varne's was. Let's see at the time. Is it still in the green? Now it's already in the red. 3200s in the red. Actually, so 6/10, 65 hundredths of a second. That's what she lost on that first part of the course. So we saw that how quick was Birgitte Varne. So she's coming up from the 7th place up to the podium. So Charlotte Henriksson now fighting hard, but it's already 4300s, and I believe that's not really possible to win those back in this final part of the course. The speed is there, but that's not enough. 6300s of the pace, and Charlotte Henriksson goes into the 3rd place. And now the final 2 racers for ladies. Ilva Tune Falksete, 2nd after the first run, 7900s advantage over the Norwegian Birgitte Varne. So of course Ilva Falksete as well Norwegian, and as well good run, but there is a big mistake by Falksete, and she will not even try to finish. Yes, so sorry, but one of her skis, the outside ski was just a little bit too far out, went into the soft snow, and of course slowed her right down. So Unfortunately, Falksette is out and DNF for her. So let's see if Martine Fosmo Nyberg, the leader after the first run, will be able to take that lead to the second run as well and win the whole race. So Birgitte Varne, she was yeah, I believe she was seventh after the first run, or sixth. No, sorry, she was seventh. Yeah, sorry, she was seventh after the first run, and now she's still in the lead. Well, there's only one more racer to go, and there she is, Martine Fosmo Nyberg from Norway. Now the first crucial part, the first steep section, the small mistake there, the inside ski goes sideways. This is not as clean as it should be as well, so she might lose some time there, but she has a massive advantage. As you can see, 1.26. Yeah, it's 1.33, so that she doesn't lose really anything, but she doesn't gain anything as well. So let's see if she can make a clean run until end. Nyberg now coming in for the second intermediate. She will be in the green, that's for sure, but it will, yeah, 1.65. So Nyberg is doing everything well. As you can see, the advantage is not really growing by a lot, but still it was massive one after the first run, so it will be enough to win. Yes, there we are, Martin Fosmo Nyberg, the winner of today's ladies GS race. Congratulations, Martine Fosmo Nyberg, the winner. 1:39.69 overall time. Birgitta Varne as well, really great performance by her. From 7th position after the first run, she jumps up to the second place after the second run, 1.64 seconds of the pace. And Kia Emilia Hakala, for the joy of the locals, and the Finnish racer goes on the podium as well. Third place for Hakala, 1.86 seconds of the pace. Charlotte Henriksson 5th, as we can see now on our standings. Vera Linska 5th, and the 6th place is concluded by another Norwegian, Sophie Am Olsen. So that's the top 6 of the ladies GS run, and the fastest Latvian was Liene Bondare. She is 13th overall. 7.36 seconds of the pace. Second fastest Latvian we have Karlīna Grāmatniece, she's 19th overall, and third Paula Vituma, 21st overall. So that's the results for ladies. We have approximately 5 more minutes until we start the men's race, so 5 minutes until men's race. If you want to check the results in full, if you want to check the results and see all the places and all the times in detail, you can go to live.ski.lv or fisski.com, and you can check all the results from today's 2 GS races for ladies and men as well. So that's where the results are. We have 5 more minutes, and that's when we are back with the second run for men. So we are almost ready for the second run for men's GS. And the second one will start shortly. Meanwhile, I will just remind you the results if you're not aware of them. So after the first run, we have the leader in the men's race, Johan Bergman from Sweden. His result on the first run was 48.29. And then 26 hundredths behind him, David Fredriksson, so second fastest on this run, and 32 hundredths behind Juhan Luik from Estonia, third fastest of the first run. So it means that they will start as well shortly, but of course the first ones will be the 30th placed, 29th placed, and so on. So if you're just joining us and don't know the start list, so basically on the second run the start order is that the top 30 racers of the first run are starting accordingly to their times, but in the reverse order. So it means that you start with the 30th fastest, then you go for the 29, 28, and so on, until you reach the top 5, top 3, and the leader as well. And then after the top 30 racers has finished, then we continue with the rest of them, boys, rest of the racers. But then they are starting accordingly to their time, starting from 31st fastest, 32nd, 33rd, and so on. And we have 57 boys who will take part on this second run. So 57 athletes finished out of 68 who started the first run. So the first one on the start will be Rasmus Gustafsson from Finland. He's at 2.48 seconds behind the leader, but there will be pretty tight racing, because basically there is really just few hundredths of a second between those at 29, 28, 27th place. So that's going to be a really close racing for them, and there will be many things that will change. And let's hope there will not be many DNFs, so all the guys can show their best performance. And Rasmus Gustafsson, so 30th after the first run, is now on course. He's opening the second run for boys. So there we have 50.77. That was his time on the first run. Let's see how he will do on this second run. Now coming in for this part. This is not that easy there, but he's working well there. Has a good speed, pretty clean run at the moment. Maybe there should be a little bit more speed, but let's see if he can hold that speed after this final steep section as well. And now you can see this is the final part of the course, flat one. So basically you can just put your poles behind your arms. So that's what Rasmus is doing, and then getting all the speed you can. 1:41.62 overall time for Rasmus, and he's now the leader, of course, as he's the only one who has finished. But let's see if for how long he will be there, because Atle Wallin from Sweden is now on course, 300 in front of Rasmus after the first run. And now you can see that the advantage is growing to 66 hundredths, 83 hundredths. So he's doing well there, good speed as well for Atle, and it might be good enough to take that lead. Yes, that's what's happening. Atle Wallin is now the new leader and takes away the lead out from Rasmus with 1:40.72 overall. Now Johan Fossetbraten from Norway, 28th after the first run, only 400ths in front of Atle after the first run, and 1200ths after the first intermediate, 1900ths after the second intermediate. So stays in the green, but not by much. Will it be enough? The speed is there, some good aggressive skiing there on the final gates, and now through the finish with the best time. Johan Fossetbraten from Norway takes the lead. 1:40.51 is his total, and he's now in front. And now Wilhelm Wikström from Finland is on course, 1000ths. That was his advantage over the Norwegian athlete after the first run, but you can see that it is going down. It's only 400ths now. So let's see if he can stay into the green after the final small jump, I would say, and the gates. But no, he's not staying in the green, he's going into the red. So 3300ths of the pace, and Wilhelm Wikström loses his position to Fossetbraten and Wallin as well. Now Henri Hachtela is on course, 26th after the first run, now working hard, but you can see that he has lost his advantage over Foyset. It's already 800s, now it's only the 100 into the red across the finish line, still in the red 4600. So Henry Hahtela finishing with 4th result overall at the moment. And now Foyset still in the lead, but now Peltola, Olli Peltola from Finland. Now there was a mistake, he's just jumped a little bit too much, that's not good, but let's see if Olli Peltola can hold that pace, because it's going up, his advantage is going up now. 2800s into the green, holding it all together, and Olli Peltola now across the finish line into the green. 2200s, and Olli Peltola is the new leader, so he takes the lead. 1:14.29 is now the best overall time. Levi Lauhamo is willing to take it away, but there is a mistake by Levi. You saw that big jump. Of course, the jump was impressive, but that's not something we award points or award good times here. You need to really push down those skis to don't make the jumps, and to be able to fight for good results. Now we continue with Edwin Lundbäck, 2000s in front of Peltola after the first run. Let's see if he can hold. If he can hold those 2000s, but as you can see, it's already 4/10 of a second behind after the second intermediate. And now Edwin Lundbäck is coming in for the finish. And doing everything good. 2100s behind, so second place for him at the moment. And now we continue with Oskari Jokkiahu from Finland, doing everything good as well. But as you can see, that Peltola's time was excellent, so he's still in front by 3300s after the second intermediate. And now in the finish, Jokkila loses quite a lot, and is going in to the 5th place overall. So Peltola still in the lead. Let's see how Alexander Alm will do. So Alexander Alm, after the first run, he was 21st, and he's looking good there on the second intermediate by more than 1 second, now in front of the leader Peltola. Final gates, final part, and Olli Peltola is now through the finish with sorry, not Olli Peltola, that's Alexander Almia, and he takes the lead from Peltola, and he's now the new pace setter with a time of 1:39.15. Erik Sarravuo is next one up, from Finland as well. He was 20th after the first run, only 300s in front of Alexander, but as you can see, those 300s are now more in red, and he's 57 and 91 hundredths after behind, and it's even more, 1.33 behind, and then finish. So Erik Sarvuo is not able to hold his position in front of Alm, and he goes into the 3rd place overall. Now Erik Asplund, he was 18th after the first run. Let's see how he will do on this one. Yeah, so 4700s behind Alm on the second intermediate, working really hard on that final part, but that's not good enough this time, and he goes into 2nd place and is by 95 hundredths of the pace. Now we continue with Oskari Sulkakoski. So he was 18th after the first run, so 15 hundredths in front, and 42 hundredths and 70 hundredths, that's his disadvantage now accordingly to in the first and second intermediate time. And now 69 of the pace at the finish. Oskar Sulkakoski leaves Alexander Alm in front and goes into the 2nd position, 69 hundredths of the pace for him. And now Elvis Opmanis is up next, 28 in front of Alm Alexander, but it looks like that Elvis is losing it, and it's already 85 hundredths into the red. So let's see if he can win some of that back and still stay in the top 3, at least for the time being. And Elvis Opmanis final few gates through the finish, plus 82 hundredths, but that's good enough for the 3rd position at the moment. So Elvis Opmanis from Latvia, 82 hundredths of the pace, but that's good enough for the 3rd position at the moment at least. Now we continue with Jonna Pirrainen. Jonna Pirrainen is up next from Finland. So he was after the first run. Jonne Pirainen was 16. Let's see where he will be after the second run. So he need to take the lead to be guaranteed at least 16th position after the both runs as well, but no, that's not what he does, and he goes into the second position. So Jonne Pirainen second at the moment, 43 of the pace. Nikolai Rieber as well, next athlete who is trying to take that leading position away from Alexander Alm, who is the pace setter after this run. And Nikolai Rieber working hard there, final few turns, and through the finish, 1100ths of the pace, and he goes into the second place. So Alexander Alm, an excellent run for him. He's already 6 positions higher than he was after the first run, so really great run by him, really great performance. Let's see if Jaakko Tapanainen will be able to take it away from him. So Jaakko Tapanainen, after the first run, he was 14th. 4500, and that is his advantage over the Swedish racer. Let's see if the Finnish one can take it away. Now 2700, so you can see it is decreasing. It's still in front, it's still an advantage, 2700s, but it is smaller than it was, and there is another mistake by him. So Tapanainen now working hard. Let's see the second intermediate, 2200s in front, so it is decreasing even more by 500s in that one section of the course, but it should be enough to hold his place and be in front, and it is enough. 1200s in front of Alexander Alm, and Jaakko Tapanainen is now the new leader. His pace 139.03, 139.03, and Jaakko Tapanainen is now the new leader. Now 13th fastest after the first run will go next, Edwin Nilsson. So Edwin Nilsson, number 9, is on course at the moment. Oh, there was almost a crash. As you saw, his right ski went in some few bumps, in some few curves, and there is a small mistake as well, but still he's holding his racing line though he I believe is not really in front of the Tapanainen. Yes, 6200s after the second intermediate, behind the leader, and now through the final few gates. And let's see how Nilsson will do. And Nilsson finishes with the 4th result overall, half a second of the pace, 139.53. So Edwin Nilsson 4th place at the moment. So the graphics you can see on the screen now are now correct. So Nilsson 5/10ths of a second behind. Now we continue with Maximilian Karbach, 12th position after the first run, 1400s advantage over the Tapanainen, but there is a massive mistake by Maximilian. So basically all the advantage, all the handicap he had after the first run, as you can see, is definitely out, and he's now 1.83 behind the leader. So it means that Maximilian will not be one of the contenders for the top 10. That mistake cost him a lot, and yeah, he's getting some of the time back now. It's 1.69 on the second intermediate, so you can see his skiing is good on the second sector and it's good on the last one as well, but unfortunately that one mistake is there, and it goes. And he's now dropping down to the 14th position after this run, so 1.74 of the pace. Now we go to the 11th position, which is Mikka Nieminen. After the first run, 11th place for Mikka, 2800s into the green, and he's looking forward to take the lead off from his teammate Tapanainen. Let's see how he will do. Looking good there, smooth run, clean turns as well, some aggressive skiing, but speed is just not there. As you can see, if you look it closely, you can actually see then the speed of the skiers, which one goes faster, which one goes slower, even though there's just tenths of a second difference, but it's not hard to see it. And yeah, I see that it's 1800s already in the red, so I don't think so that Nieminen will be able to hold his place in front of Tapanainen as he did after the first run. So Nieminen after the finish, 900s in the red, so 900s of the pace, and then Nieminen goes second. So Tapanainen still the pace setter, and now Mick Zveniak. So the top 10 racers are now racing, and Mick Zveniak, the fastest Latvian, on the second run at the moment. So 42 hundredths into the green. That's what was his advantage after the first run. And now he's on the second run. Mix Venex looking good there, pretty clean there. That steep section. Let's see the first intermediate. Will it be in the green? Yes, it is by 4/10. So that's a good time, 4/10. So he's steady there on that first steep section. So on there is a small mistake there, but he recovers excellently, and Mix Venex now going in for the final part. The second intermediate time should be in momentarily. Yeah, it's 4600 into the green. There was a mistake by Mix again, but 4600 should be enough to hold the lead over the Finnish racer, and it is 4700 in front, and Mix Venex takes the lead, and he will definitely be in the top 10 after this run as well. So congratulations to him. Let's see how Jon Gunnar Broindmo will compare with the Mix on this run. 500s. That's all there is between these two racers. 500s advantage for Broindmo. Let's see if he will be able to use it as well. Pretty good there. The speed is excellent for the Norwegian coming out of that steep section. And let's see if he can use it. But it's 1100s though into the red. So we saw that the Mix was excellent there as well. Even though that Norwegian speed was spectacular good. There is good. It's a little bit smoother than Mix. 1500s into the red. So 1500s a bit behind Mix. Let's see if he's able to win those back, or if Mix will stay in front and be the leader for the next racer as well. So now Broindmo through the finish, and he gets them back. He gets those 1500s back, and he goes in front. Mix Venex by 500ths of a second behind the Norwegian, and now Broindmo is the new leader of this race. Now we continue with 8th fastest racer, which was Oliver Borkling Tornros, as well a Norwegian. Let's see how he will do. So Oliver Berkling Tornros is now on course. He has 1100ths advantage over his teammate Broindmo. At the start, now the first intermediate, it's 2400ths into the red. So let's see if he will be able to hold that lead on. There is as well not that smooth. Everything goes well for him, but could do smoother, and then it will be better. But now let's see, 3800ths into the red. And I don't think so. I just don't think so that Oliver will be able to take the lead away from the Norwegian. And Oliver Berkling Tornos goes in the 3rd place behind the Broindmo and behind Venex as well. So Oliver Berkling Tornos 4900ths of the pace. Now Saku Aho from Finland, 7th place after the first run. 2000ths advantage over current leader Jon Gunnar Broindmo. And Saku Aho now is on the slope, so really good one. That part was done well. Speed is there, and you can see 3100ths already, so he's getting his advantage to grow. So it's 3100ths now instead of 20 what he had at the start, and that is good as well. Now second intermediate will come in, but now it's only 0.09, so yeah, now it's decreasing again, but it's still in the green. Let's see if he can hold that green light until finish. Now the final few turns for Saku Aho and for Finland, and through the finish, 3rd place for Saku Aho behind Broindmo, behind Venex, and Saku Aho goes in a 3rd place. So he somehow lost those few hundreds he had after the second intermediate, and he lost them at the final part of the course, and now he's 3rd. Now we're going to continue with the top 6 racers. Emil Marklund as the first one will go in the course. He has a pretty big advantage over Broindmo, 5300s. So that is quite a lot. Let's see if he will be able to use them. 5300s on this course. Of course, the course is not a short one, but still 5300s. 5300s is quite a lot. So Emil Marklund shortly, as I believe the course is being revised, and course is being fixed after the previous racer. As you can sometimes see, then the gates are flying around, and the ski crew just need to make sure that the slope and the course is ready for the next racer. And there it is, Emil Marklund is the next one on course. So he was 6th after the first run. Let's see if he can stay there. A small mistake there. The inside ski went a little bit, and there is a mistake as well for Marklund. So the steep part of the course wasn't really, doesn't make me confident that he will be able to hold that position, even though 5400 stays. So even with those 2 mistakes, he's able to hold those 5400s. Let's see what's going to happen on the second intermediate. 57, yeah, so it's pretty steady, still half a second, and I believe Emil will not be able to lose those half a second on the final part. So Emil Marklund will be the new leader and will be in the top 6 for sure today. And there he is, Emil Marklund from Sweden, 138.06, goes into the lead and now is the new leader. Now the top 5 racers. Fifth one after the first run was Odin Vasbotn Breivik from Norway, 1200s, and that's his advantage over Marklund. Let's see if he will be able to use those 1200s to make sure that he stays into the top 5 after this run as well. So the first intermediate is coming up now, 1400s into the red. So yes, he's starting to lose to Marklund. So now Breivik needs to push hard, really needs to push hard to win it all back. Now this final part, a 0.01, so a really minimal disadvantage. So let's see what's gonna happen on the final section. Good speed for Breivik, and now the final few turns through the finish, but he's not able to safeguard his first position, and Breivik goes a second. 0.14 hundredths of a second, that's his disadvantage of the pace, and Breivik goes second. Marklund still the leader. Now the fourth fastest, Simen Strand. He was the winner of today's first GS race. The second race started with not that great first run, and there he's struggling a little bit as well, but working harder, Simen, to make it work for himself on this second run. 3700s into the green, so looks promising. He might be able to take the lead, looks like, because the run is clean, there's no major mistakes, the speed is there. So Simen Strand from Norway working really well, and as you can see it on the clock as well, 6100s into the green, and that means that Simen Strand will definitely take the lead and will be in top 4 at least. 9600s in front, so an excellent second run. So it means that he won Marklund by 8200s on this second run alone. So really great performance by Simen Strand. Let's see if Juhan Luik from Estonia will be able to take that joy away from Simen's face. Simen Strand now the leader, but now Juhan Luik from Estonia, 700s at the start, advantage over the Norwegian. Now the second intermediate time will come in. Now it's 1200s into the red, but that is not a lot. He might be able to win those back if he works hard and makes the run clean on the final part. This is really well over there. Let's see the second intermediate. It's coming in now. Will it decrease or increase? And now it is increasing. 37 now into the red. So now Luik needs to work out and just to stay into the top 4. So stay into the second place after this run, and I believe he will do it. Yes, Juhan Luik is not taking the lead, but he stays second after the second run, and he will be at least 4th on this today's GS race. But now top 2 racers, David Fredriksson, second place after the first run, 1300s advantage over Simen Strand, who is now the leader. And let's see, now the top part doesn't look really well for David, but maybe, hard to tell. The speed is there. So the first intermediate, is it in green? It is in green by 2500s, so he has done pretty well on that top part. So 2500s into the green. Now the second intermediate, the jump was well as well, the right direction, but now it's into the red already by 1/10. So he's starting to lose to Simen, 1/10 of a second into the red. Now the final part of the course, can he win it back, or will he come second or third? And no, 5800s of the pace. So he lost 6800s on that final part of the course. That is a lot. And David Fredriksson loses it and goes to the 3rd place. And now the final racer, not the final racer, sorry, but the leading racer after the first run, Johan Bergman, 3900s, a big advantage over Simon Strand. Let's see if he will hold it. Good racing there by Johan. Really aggressive style, but a really nice and clean racing lines. Now the first intermediate must be in the green, and it is by 1/3 of a second, so 30 hundredths into the green. And now the middle section of the course, the speed is there, the jump is good, and doesn't lose any time there. Now the second intermediate, yeah, it is decreasing just by a little bit, 21 hundredths, but just remember that Siemens final part, this flat section of the course, was really quick. So can Johan Bergman win it? Johan Bergman against Simon Strand through the finish line, and Johan takes it home. Johan Bergman wins the race, 17 hundredths in front of Simon. So Johan Bergman is the winner. Simon Strand comes second. Juhan Luik from Estonia third. So an exciting GS by boys on this place. Let's continue now. Let's continue with the 31st time after the first run, which was Teemu Laakso. So now we are out of top 30, and we continue with the Finnish racer Teemu Laakso, who is up next, and he is now finishing with the result of Teemu Laakso with the result of 141.51, 4.58 of the pace. We continue with Davis Zvejnieks, Latvian skier. His brother Mix did really well. He finished at the end in the 8th position. Let's see how Davis will do. He was at 32nd after the first run, and now Davis Zvejnieks is already coming close to the finish, and Davis Zvejnieks is finishing with the time. Shortly we'll see it. Yes, there we have it, 141.51. That's a 30th place, and at the moment we have 31 racer who has finished. Now after Davis we have Markus Hurinainen. Markus Hurinainen is now on the course. Let's see how he is doing. Markus Hurinainen was at 33rd after the first run, and he's now finishing with the final position, which is 32nd, because we have 32 racers who has finished. So Markus Hurinainen 4.83 of the pace, and Georgi Bilmak from Russia is up next. He was at 34th after the first run, and let's see how Georgi will do. But this is not Georgi, I believe this is Joel Akerstrom already from Sweden. Yeah, it's easy to tell us. Of course, all the Swedish racers have their racing suits in blue and yellow. But there is Georgi Bilmak, number 35. That is him, and he finishes with a 33rd time, 5.31 of the pace. And this is the Swedish racer Joel Arkström. He looks good, and I believe he will take over at Georgi's time, and he will go some position higher. At the moment, the concluding time is for Georgi, and let's see where is the Finnish but Swedish racer Joel, and he goes into the 33rd place, just in front of Georgi Bilmak. So he's able to improve his result at least by 1 position. Okay, after Joel we have another Joel from this time from Finland, not from Sweden, and Joel Palosarri is now approaching the finish. But this is Lauri Sopman, is what we are seeing on our screens. Lauri Sopman is the Latvian alpine skier, looks good as well there. And Joel Palosari has meanwhile finished with a 30th position as well. Really great run by him, improves his result, and he goes in the 30th place, 4.61 of the pace. Now Lauri Sopman is there. He is number 45, goes in for the final part of the course using the speed he has, and Lauri Sopman is after the first run was 37th. Let's see how he will do after this one. He goes into the 36th place at the moment, 5.79 of the pace. 5.79 of the pace. Now Kristofers Gulbis, just a little bit behind Lauris after the first run. Let's see, maybe they can fight against each other. Of course, Kristofers the first year into the FIS races, but as well doing well already. Kristofers Gulbis at 36th after the first run, and now coming in for the finish, final red gates through the finish line, and Kristofers Gulbis is at 37th after this So yes, 37th after this run. But yeah, so he was at 38, I believe, yeah, after this run, and now he's 37th on the overall time. Now William Fjellberg. William Fjellberg is up next, 5.5 seconds off the pace after the second intermediate, and let's see if he will be able to overtake Christophers, as he was just one position higher after the first run. William Fjellberg finishes with a 38th place, and he's not able to overtake Christophers, so Christophers and Lauris accordingly 37th and 36th. Now after Fjellberg we have Olli Lankinen, 40th position for Olli after the first run. Let's see how Olli is doing now. Have 6.55 of the pace. It means that he's not able to improve in his position, at least for now. Of course there is a few more gates to go, but I don't believe so. He will get higher than 39th place, which is for no moment is the last place from all the men's, because we have 39 men who had reached the finish. Olli Lankinen at the moment 39th. Now we have Lake Lindelof from United States, 41st position after the first run, and now of course going through the final part of the course, so the flat one, the easy one I would say, and Lake Lindelof finishes with a 40th position, 9.02, so he's not able to improve as well. Axels Bergman is a Latvian racer, now on course, 42nd after the first run. Let's see how Axels will do now. Good speed for him there. And Axels Bergman is coming through the final part, but I don't think that Axels will improve as well. Axels Bergman is through the final gate and finishes with a time of 8.98 of the pace, but yeah, he is able to overtake Lake Lindelof, so Axels Bergman goes inside top 40, 40th place for him after both runs. Now we have the next racer on course, Johannes Alfredsson. Johannes is actually pretty quick skier, but the first run was not successful for him. Some big mistakes, so he lost a lot of time. But now Johannes Alfredsson shows good performance on the second run and finishes on the 42nd spot, though that's at the moment is the concluding and last one. 42nd place for Alfredsson. Now Mark Matusinski from United States coming down next, Mark Matusinski, and then after him Gustavs Haris Abel is getting ready, warming up inside the start house for his second and final run of today's race. Mark Matusinski finishes 11.89 of the pace, and that gives him a 43rd place, so he's not able to improve his position as well. Now we continue with the Gustavs Haris Abele, and Gustavs Haris Abele is up next. Let's see how he will do. Good aggressive manner there. Can he hold that speed until the end? Few more gates to go, and Gustavs is coming in for the final few turns and across the finish line with a result of 11.22 of the pace. So that gives him 43rd position. Now Vaino Hartio from Finland, and then after him Kristijonas Merkis from Lithuania. Vaino Hartio, number 55, is reaching now the final part of the course, but it looks like that for him as well, not really able to overtake Abele after the final few gates. So Vaino Hartio plus 11.07 of the pace. Now Kristijonas Merkis up next, and Kristijonas Merkis, happy Independence Day Lietuva, by the way. Today is Lithuania's Independence Day, and Kristijonas Merkis is now coming through the final part of the course, number 53. Just few more to go, and through the final gates and to the finish. Kristijonas Merkis 45th position, 11.40 seconds off the pace. We have 7 more, I believe, yes, 7 more racers to go until we will conclude this really long racing day we had today. 2 GS slalom races. The first one of them in the early morning already started, finished around noon, and that was the Latvian National Championship. And now we have just a regular FIS race, as well in giant slalom. Otto Mujunen from Finland has finished 12.07 of the pace. That gives him 47th place overall. Edgars Beļakovs now from Latvia. After the first run, Edgars was 49th. So Edgars now is as well working hard, but some few mistakes for him there, as well losing some speed, and of course the speed, that's what you need to get a good result. Edgars Beļakovs final few turns and across the finish line with a result of 12.40 of the pace and 48th position for him. That's the moment is the concluding one. Now Marks Truchins and Tuomas Ieles just Samuel Harrigan and then Tuomas Ieles just after him. So Marks Truchins now on the course. Let's see, he was just behind Edgars Beļakovs. Let's see if he will be able to overtake him. So Marks Truchins now coming in for the final few gates and crossing the finish line with a result of 13.49 of the pace, and that's 49th place at the moment. And now we have Samuel Harrigan from United States on the course. So the graphics are not correct. That's not Tuomas Ieles, that's Samuel Harrigan, number 59. Let's see how he will do. He was 51st after the first run, and then we have just few more racers to go until we will conclude today's competition. So Samuel Harrigan, United States, now coming in for the finish with a result, and he's finishing with the 50th result, 14.85 of the pace. Now we have Tuomas Ieles, and after Tuomas Ieles, Bruno Marts Milbrets and Vestons Greloks from United States. And that is just about it for today's racing day. So a long one. That athletes, I believe, are tired, but today we have a little bit shorter day as we have only one competition in slalom. Tuomas Ieles with a massive jump through the finish with a result of 15.25 of the pace, 15.25 and 51st position for him. Vestron Greloch is now, this is Bruno Milbrets, number 66. Bruno Milbrets now on the course from Latvia, and after him Veston Greloch, as I mentioned before, and Bruno Milbrets as well. Let's see if there will be a jump. No, he's doing everything carefully, no jump there. And for Bruno Milbrets, 15.52 of the pace, 52nd place. Now Veston Greloch from United States, and then two more racers, Emil Järmanis and Colin Arner. So they will conclude today's racing. Veston Greloch coming in for the final gates. The speed is there as well. Good performance by him, getting his experience in FIS races on these big slopes and long courses. And Veston Greloch is able to jump in front of Bruno Milbrets and Tuomas Ieles with the 14.19 of the pace. So great run for him on the second course. Now Emil Järmanis on the run. Second intermediate has already been taken, and now just few more turns to go to conclude his racing day as well. So Emil Järmanis across the finish, 16.19 of the pace, 54th position for him. And Colin Arner to go, and Ryan Keenan, yes, after Colin Arner, who is unfortunately made a mistake. So Colin Arner unfortunately crashes out on this steep part of the course, so it means that we have only one more racer to reach the finish, which is this one, number 62, Ryan Keenan, the final racer now on the course. And after him everyone will be done with today's racing. Some of them did better, of course, some of us did better, some of them did maybe not reach their expectations and what they wanted on this racing day, but still everyone is fine. No major injuries of today reported. Let's hope that Jacques Guedre will be fine. Of course, he took part on today's first slalom, but something went wrong there on the very first run, somewhere in the middle of the course, and and let's hope that everything will be fine and he will be able to take part into tomorrow's slalom race. Ryan Keenan, the concluding racer, is in the finish at 26.11 of the pace, and that gives him 55th place. Congratulations again to all the winners. Johan Bergman is the winner in this men's race. Siemens Terran comes second, and Johan Luik from Estonia goes third. So congratulations to the top three. David Fredriksson fourth, Emil Marklund fifth, and Odin Vasbotten Brevon sixth place. And the fastest Latvian is Mik Zvenieks, 8th place overall on this GS. Second fastest Latvian Elvis Opman is 18th place overall, and third fastest Latvian Davis Zvenieks, 31st place overall. So really exciting GS races. A long day, and it will be a long but really exciting day of racing, of alpine skiing racing tomorrow as well, when we will meet for the slalom race. Follow our information on the Facebook page. We will announce what's the official start time for tomorrow's slalom race. It is not known yet, but it will be known a little bit later tonight when we will post it on Facebook and on our webpage ski.lv. But until now, have a great night, and of course see you tomorrow in Baltic Cup 2020 when the slalom will start.